This conference will now be recorded.
So, well, since I hope everyone is here and we have a lot to cover, we really should begin today's webinar. And I really appreciate you all for attending today. A very good morning, afternoon, or evening to one and all present here virtually with me today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jessica Reeves, Conference Secretariat at Coalesce Research Group LLC, and I'll be available for any of your questions or queries throughout the webinar to help you out technically and organize the webinar successfully. For the next 5 minutes, please allow me to give a brief description about our organization, Coalesce Research Group, and also further instructions about the GoToMeetings app. Coalesce Research Group LLC is very delighted to welcome you all the speakers, supporting associations, students, and delegates present virtually with us today. With the aim mark the scientific excellence by facilitation, conversations, sharing knowledge, Coalesce Research Group follows through the objective of setting standards in delivering excellence in the research among the researchers, academicians, and industries. Promulgating the research through conducting events and online webinars from various fields of science, especially from the stream of medicine, science, engineering, and technology. Within a short duration, we have succeeded in creating a platform for developing a strong professional network with the people across the world from their respective fields that they haven't connected in a while. As a global standard scientific, as a global scientific event organizer, we plan and carry out international conferences, meetings, seminars, symposiums, and workshops, providing the best delegate experience, excellent networking opportunities, conversations leading to innovations, learning new opportunities, lasting working relationships, and professionalization within the professionals around the global network. Just recently, we have also started our own platform for the open access peer-reviewed scholarly literature where all the content is freely available without any charge to the reader. We aim to share the new recent advances through scientific publications, which will help in minimizing the borders and contributing the use of research works of eminent authors, scientists, researchers, research scholars, students, etc., across a broad spectrum of medical, clinical, pharma, and engineering scientific disciplines and its subspecialties to promote the idea which will guide the development and facilitate the use of scientific information and ensure its quality, and also will be connecting link between the researchers and scientific community. We are committed in ensuring that our journals are disseminated worldwide so that the researchers are able to access our content wherever and whenever they need it. To extend our support, we would be very glad if you would check the journals and will be interested in publishing any of your research work at our journals according to your area of expertise. We will also send you an email with the details about the journal after the commencement of the webinar. Do take your time to check the website. Finally, I would like to thank the attendees and participants of today's webinar and hope you enjoy the webinar and gain knowledge from the sessions today. We also hope your participation will contribute to new research findings and that will lead to new collaborations and research initiatives. Before we start with the sessions, I guess some of you will be new to the GoToMeetings app, so let me just give you a brief introduction about the tools, important tools required for the presentations. So in the GoToMeetings app or the web page, you can find four icons at the bottom center. When you move the cursor, you can find four icons, that is mic, camera, screen, and leave. Mic, you can click on it to mute and unmute yourself. And I request you all to stay muted while our speakers are presenting their research work so that it does not cause any disturbance or distraction to them while giving their presentations. So the next one would be the camera. You can use this button to share or unshare your web camera. If you have the option to share the webcam, you can do it so, but it's completely your choice and there's no compulsion. And if you're having any network issue, I kindly request you to turn off your camera just to maintain your network. The next option will be the screen. You can use this button to share your screen, and this is the main part. So you can share your slide share or slideshow or PowerPoint presentations or anything. Just to share your screen, you'll have to use this button. And during your presentation, after I call your name, I will be making you the presenter. That is, I will be giving you the permission to share your screen, and only then you will be able to share your screen. So once I make you the presenter, you can just simply click on the screen button and you will find a pop-up window to share your screen. And the last button will be the leave. If you like, you can just click on that to leave this session. And I hope you are all clear with the screen sharing, but please do not worry. I'll help you out every time while the users get into it. So do not worry about it. And on the top center, you can find the options to change your display settings. And at the top right corner, you'll have three icons, that is people, chat, and settings. In the chat option, you can chat with me or any other participants according to your requirement. And for the settings, you can use this button to check for the settings of your speakers, microphone or camera or etc. So as mentioned, I kindly remain muted during the presentation so that the presenters do not get disturbed. And for any questions, you can just keep them up for like all your questions will be answered after end of each session, and or you can just simply post your questions in the chat box and all your questions will be answered. Well, let's not take much of your time. Finally, I would like to request you all to please give us a brief introduction about yourself before starting the session so that we can know about you virtually. And now let's move into our session. So the first presentation will be Dr. Wen Wei. And so Dr. Wen Wei is from the West China School of Public Health, China. So yes, Dr. Wen, kindly click on the screen button to share your screen with us. Yes, your screen
Hello,
is
everyone.
visible to us.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's my honor to have this opportunity to share our study in this conference. We focus on the tuberculosis in Sichuan province of China. We have 1,000 persons and in China, and we have a high tuberculosis and HIV and AIDS infection in China. So we pay attention to multi-factors and of ecology to find out the policies and management to control this disease in Sichuan province. The content of this comment, we give distribution and the relationship between the multifactors and tuberculosis. This picture shows the distribution of the 12 years from 2006 to 2017. This 12 years, we can see the female and both female and male and female and the total population, their tuberculosis intensity rate. The cases have some wave. This one shows the cases and the incidence rate reported. This male and this for female, and this the gender ratio is 2.33. And our province in China, as shown in this column. And this picture shows the incidence rate in Sichuan province, the tuberculosis in these 12 years, and by different genders and the age groups. This show the highest one in this picture. The older have a higher TB incidence rate, and this one show the relationship. We find 5 factors sections, some tuberculosis with other disease and health resources. And we also find the economical and society security. And the 3 section is find the tuberculosis with the pollutants and forestry and mineralogy. And the 4 is for the population structure and marriage and habits. In our province, we have some minority such as Tibetans and minorities. The 5 6 we find the tuberculosis with educational investment and the education level. And the 6 apartment, 6 section, we find the multivariate analysis congregation to find the relationship with the tuberculosis. We found for the 1 to 14 years old tuberculosis patients, they have some relationship with 15 to 24 TB rate, and the sex ratio, and the number of forest fires, and the number of urban living security, and wind speed, and the number of discharges, especially in invasive tuberculosis, and also with the number of rural medium living security, and the regular exercise rate, and the proportion of total health expenditure in GPD, and on marriage, especially in male persons. And this table shows that the relationship between 15 to 24 years old patients and with the congregation results show that the 0 to 14 TB rate and the total literacy rate percent and average station air pressure have some effect in the tuberculosis reported cases. And this one shows that the 25 to 64 years old tuberculosis patients in Sichuan province have some effect factors in this model, show that TB rate in total person and the hospital numbers and the numbers of health, the infectious disease hospitals show a lot important to know the 25 to 64 years old patients tuberculosis. So it lead to improve the hospitals and the infectious disease hospitals numbers to control this infectious disease. This table shows that the 65 above years old patients, they have effective factors such as female TB rate can affect the 65 above years old patients number incidence. Morning exercise and evening exercise every day is also have some effect. The cumulative precipitation in 24 hours also have some effect. 25 to 64 ages tuberculosis patients rate also have some effect in this in 55 years old patients incidence rate. The number of urban medium living security, such as society health, social health, and some economical health. Proportion of total health expenditure in regional GDP percent, and the number of rural living security family households also have some effect in this tuberculosis rate, and the 15 to 24 female TB rate, and spouse female and civil medical assistance person times also play some important effect in this tuberculosis control. We find some environment factors and economy factors and marriage effect and social conditions. Also, they comprehensive effect the tuberculosis in Sichuan province of China. So we need some more control to measurement to control this disease. Individual factors and the population factors, as the WHO suggests, and the poverty is the important factors. So far, in this world, we didn't find the other researchers focus on so many factors in ecology to study for the tuberculosis and the control measurements. So we need more studies to further longitude and further research to find out the more useful factors to control tuberculosis. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Wenwei. So do we have any questions? Any questions? Okay, I guess there are no questions. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Wenwei, for your presentation. Oh, I guess Dr. Wenwei is not online. Anyways, thank you for your presentation. So let's move on to our next presentation by Dr. Ji-Yong Lee from H+ Yanji Hospital, South Korea. So your screen is visible to us, Dr. Ji-Yong Lee?
Yeah, it's clean.
Yeah.
Okay. Good day, everyone. It's a great honor to share our system, especially for COVID-19 pandemic, with you. Let me start my presentation. Today, I want to explain you about the walkthrough screening system using negative pressure booths, which is developed by our hospital. These are the tables of my presentations. Let me introduce you our hospital first. Our hospital located in Seoul and in Gwanak-gu. Our population of Gwanak-gu is about 500,000 people. Our hospital is the only general hospital which had about 33 100 beds, and we have only one airborne isolation room at our emergency department. In January 2020, more than 50 or 80 visitors came to our hospital to receive the COVID-19 test. When you collect the respiratory specimen for the SARS-CoV-2 virus RT-PCR, we have to do nasopharyngeal and oropharyngeal swab. In the conventional method, we have to take these steps to reduce the cross infection for the patients and healthcare personnel. Let me check the ventilation capacity of airborne isolation room. In that time, our the ventilation capacity of our airborne isolation room was 12 air change per hour at the time. It takes about 30 minutes to remove more than 99% of virus which dispersed in the air. At first, Korean CDC guideline recommended personal protective equipment for COVID-19 test was level D PPE. As you see here, a whole covered suit and goggles and N95 respirators and some gloves. And this is the donning process of level D PPE. With about 30 minutes of ventilation time and replacing PPE, as you see here, there are many steps for this to doff or don all these steps. And even the time, there was limited numbers of well-trained healthcare personnel to this level D PPE. So this process also take at least 5 to 10 minutes for each person. So we decided to change the PPE to gowns and face shield, and even this, the surgical gown was not available in this time, so we changed it only. We added our plastic gown and plastic gloves, and we changed it only of them. Despite of using this PPE, this whole process take 30 to 45 minutes for one airborne isolation room. So we could only have 8 to 9% to be tested. So we have to let many people to go their home and come next day when we call them. So and there was a risk for cross-infection to healthcare personnel, and the fatigue of healthcare personnel was very high at the time. So we so we find some better way and safe way to do more tests with safety way. So we developed our negative pressure boots, which was inspired by biosafety cabinet class 3. You see, the globe wall is located outside, and examinee put his hands to the inside. This is the blueprint of our walkthrough screening system. The safety negative pressure device is located on the top of the booth, and it operates all the time for when we operating our walkthrough system, and we filter virus by high efficient power air filter, and this is the frame was made by stainless steel, and the wall was made by polycarbonate, and it is only 1.101 cubic meters of this whole volume of our booth. You can see the picture of our walkthrough system. We located 4 safeties into our walkthrough center. The ventilation capacity was highly increased because of the volume of the booth was very reduced. When we calculated our safety's ventilation capacity, it was 100 air change per hour. I could remove more than 99% of virus within 3 minutes. So this is the whole process of our collecting sample and environmental disinfection. When the patient received the sample collection, the patient wear his mask again, and then the patient stays in the booth for 3 minutes for remove 99% of virus in the air, and he exits. After patient exit, we have a ventilation time for the remaining virus removal, and then we perform environmental disinfection by mops with the disinfectant we found from the door side to the glove side, and wipe the inner side from inner side and inner gloves of safety. And the remained disinfectant can be harm for the next patient. We have 5 minutes for ventilating the disinfectant. It took only 15 minutes for one booth. So because we located 4 booths, so we could test more people at the same time and with the same space. This is the picture of our flow chart of our walkthrough screening center. As you see here, there are 4 booths in our screening clinic. The medical staffs are sit in here, and when the patient came to waiting zone and register through this computer, and they wait, and they make a questionnaire, electronic questionnaire by these 2 computers. And when the medical staff check the questionnaire of the patient, he let the patient come in to the dedicated number of booths for more detailed examination and history taking and have sample collection. After the sample collection, the patient go to payment and receive a medication and exits. When we officially used our walkthrough screening center, we can test more than 70%, more than 70 persons within the same operating hour. We operating the screening center about 8 hours, so we can test about 9 to 10 person in 1 hour. As the pandemic of COVID-19 is ongoing in Korea, we modified our walkthrough screening clinic into a dedicated building, as you see here. We divided the inside of our building into 2 zones, which is for medical staff and for the patients. And the safety booth was located in the patient safety zone. And instead of using a laptop computer for electronic questionnaire writing system, we installed 2 kiosks at here and make the patient can fill up their questionnaire at here. And even though we made QR code access system to the patient can fill out the mobile questionnaire through his own mobile phone. And we also developed, upgraded our booth, negative pressure booth, like this picture. We replaced the automatic timer and the lighting system, and the ventilation capacity of the safety was improved. And with this, we also installed the interphone to make the communicate more efficiently with the patient and healthcare personnel. The ventilation capacity of safety 2 was 400 air changes per hour. It can remove more than 99% of air particles in 1 minute. So the time of ventilation phase 1 was reduced to 1 minute, and we replaced disposable safety film to the face side of the patient. So the healthcare personnel who disinfecting this booth not be harmed from the remained virus. You can see the picture of our safety 2.0, and you can hear when the patient received a test, healthcare personnel came in and performed surface disinfection. In our buildings, we made a testing site for patients with wheelchairs or patients which transported to bed at here at area 2 and area 6. Here is the area 2. The wheelchair using patient can be received tested in here. And when the patient is on bed, the patient can come to the area 6 and receive test. With this system, we could test more than 170 persons in the same operating hours. As the tested patients, number of tested patients are increased, we must reduce the overcrowdedness of our site, our clinic. So we we let the patient use a mobile questionnaire system more, and we made a phone reservation or reservation system by website. This is the picture of our QR code and how to reserve at here. And we provide questionnaires for 5 different languages. As you see here, because we test more than 170 patients in the same operating hour, the most problem of our safety too was the fatigue of our healthcare personnel. As the climate getting hotter, they feel much fatigue at the same time. So we developed an automatic surface disinfection system by using 4-sided roller. It can automatically rotate itself, and it goes up and goes down. This is the picture of our walkthrough, third version of our safety booth. With this booth, we only take 3 steps for each patient, each sample collection. We merged the ventilation phase 2 and environmental disinfection into one process, and we can from this time, we do not need any healthcare personnel for the disinfect the booth. So with using this automatic disinfecting system, we can test more than 200 people at the same time. And we make automatic console with touch screen to control this booth, and this is the final version of our walkthrough booth, the safety. This is the spec of our safety booth, and this is the picture of our safety. You can see the lights. The red lights means this booth is now in disinfecting. The green light means the patient can come in and ready to use. You can see the picture here. And the blinds come down when the booth is on disinfection, because we use UV lights, so we have to blind it to protect healthcare personnel from the UV. As you see here, the ventilation time is shown in this panel, and how much the ventilation is performed is shown in this panel, and we see the negative pressure level in here. This is the picture of our walkthrough 3.5. 5. The patient only remain, it takes only about 2 minutes to take and go home when the patient is well use our system. When the patients go out, we give the specimen to the patient, and teach him to drop his specimen into this this opener. And this is the refrigerator. You can see the temperature inside the generator, and we collect them and test them 5 times in a day. And foreigners can pay here and receive get the information, and domestic person can pay here by kiosks and then go out. When we operating this system, the selection of disinfectant is most important because disinfectant can harm the people. When we look at the guidelines for environmental surface disinfection, there are 4 types of disinfectant can be used for environmental surface disinfection. Among these 4 types of disinfectant, these are criteria for the suitable disinfectant for our negative pressure booth. When the quaternary ammonium compounds are very widely used low-level disinfectant because it's cheap and every country can make this disinfectant easily. But ammonium compounds are very irritant to skin and respiratory tract, and it remains environment persistently. Alcohols are good and cheap intermediate level disinfectant. It has a broad spectrum and non-toxic and is cheap. But it has a rapid evaporation property. So to disinfect large surface area can be achieved by this alcohol, and is flammable too. The chlorine releasing agents such as bleach and sodium hypochlorite, which are widely used in many healthcare institutes because they have many advantages for healthcare environmental disinfection. But as you know, they are very toxic and they leave much residue, so rinsing or neutralization needs. Without rinsing, it remains more than 2 hours according to the concentration and its amount. The improved hydrogen peroxide are also intermediate level disinfectant, and they are very non-toxic and very safety for environment because they when they degraded, they became an O2 and the oxygen and water. So we searched the improved hydrogen peroxide disinfectant, which are approved by government agency of Korea and USA. This is the US Environmental Protection Agency listed improved hydrogen peroxide disinfectant. Among this disinfectant, the Oxyvel TV was only disinfectant that was approved by Korean Ministry of Environment. So we selected this disinfectant for to use our safety. From March, we developed our system, and to August, we progressively upgraded our system, and at July, we finally made the automatic disinfecting system, and in the August, we get the certificate of patent from our government. And when we started our walkthrough system, many hospitals and journals in the and every world they focused our system as a most impressive testing method. When you have when you need more information about our walkthrough system, our web pages are available to you. And this is our contact information. When you have any questions or more detailed information, it can contact to here, and you can mail me via my email. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Jiong Lee. Do we have any questions?
Hi, Dr. Leaves.
Hello, hey.
Actually, we are running ahead of our schedule because some of the speakers have completed their
I guess there are no questions. So yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for your presentation, Dr. Lee.
Thank you for listening.
So yeah, so let's move on to our next presentation. So for the next presentation, we have Dr. Nisha Govender from National University of Malaysia.
Okay. Yes, your time is 13:45, but as I said, we are running ahead of our schedule.
Dr. Nisha, are you online?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I'm here, but I can't share my screen.
I have. Could you please click on the screen button now?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't share, lah.
I have already made you the presenter, actually. Yeah, you are the presenter and you will be able to share it. Maybe you need to give some permissions for the GoToMeetings website or the app that you're
Yeah, but
using.
there is a pop-out coming. It is asking me to restart, and apply these.
Yeah, please do restart.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, hi, Dr. Anwar. Yeah, I'm calling from the webinar on pain management.
Your screen is visible to us.
Yes.
Your voice is being like, could you please unmute yourself? I'm sorry if you're talking.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, 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 yes. Your screen is
Okay,
visible and your voice is audible. Yes, you can continue with your presentation.
okay. So good evening. Right now it is going to be about 8 p.m. here in Malaysia, and elsewhere. Good, have a very good. I think it's morning and afternoon elsewhere, and have a great day ahead. Okay, my name is Nisha, and I am a research fellow at National University of Malaysia here at Institute of Systems Biology. And today I'll be presenting to you part of my ongoing research, which is an in silico informed perspective on the traditional consumption of Malaysian ulam-ulaman plant species for COVID-19 treatment. Okay. Let me brief you on my content today. I'll be describing about ulam-ulaman itself, and we will see how traditional herbal plants are being utilized for COVID-19 treatment. Next, we will look at the bioactive compounds present in our Malaysian ulam-ulaman plant species, and will present a part of my research, which is virtual screening of some of the bioactive compounds reported in our ulam-ulaman species. Okay, today you're going to learn a Malay word, okay? Ulam-ulaman is, the meaning of ulam-ulaman is salad, okay? It is a plural term. So when you say ulam, that means any vegetable that can be eaten raw along a main course. So this particular vegetable will be served as side dish. Normally they are served raw or they can be blanched. And in others, they can be also cooked into a dish itself. So this is a culture, a traditional eating culture in Malaysia, popular among the Malay ethnics. We have been practicing this since immemorial time. And why this practice emerged and how this practice emerged, it was because these ulam-ulaman plant species can be grown easily within our homes, and they are very cheap, and finally they are very tasty. Now, for ulam-ulaman plant species, normally there is a misconception. We always think that we are referring to herbal plants. You see, ulam-ulaman is anything that can be eaten as a raw salad. So it can be mature leaves, young leaves, or seeds, fruits, or cuttings of trees, shrubs, and also herbal plants. Okay, now I have some of the very popular ulam-ulaman plant species available here in Malaysia. So I'm sure all of you know this one. This is the bitter gourd. This is something very common. And of course here we have cucumber and tomatoes. This is also something which is very common to all of us. But what is very unique to Malaysia is we have here, this is sting bean. It's called petai. So what we do is you remove the seed from the pot and you serve it this way. Okay, this is very bitter. Normally we'll eat it with sambal. So sambal is something very spicy. Then we have, this is cashew tree. We take the young shoot of cashew tree, and this can be eaten raw as well. Here I have, this is Mexican mint. This particular plant is grown in my house balcony. So you see, some of these plants it is extremely easy to cultivate them. They grow along the roadside, and you can even grow them in your homes, especially with the climate here in Malaysia. It is very convenient to grow all these plants. But unfortunately, petai is a forest tree species, so you cannot find this in our forest area. Then over here we have bamboo shoots. This is called chermai or Malay gooseberry. Then we have curry leaves and other assorted leaves. This is small starfruit. Okay, so we call this belimbing bulo. And then over here we have water dropwood. We call it telom, and this is noni mengkudu. So what we do in a classic Malay dish, you just cut all your vegetables and serve it this way. Then we will have a main dish, and you just have to grab some of this to be eaten all together with sambal and things like this. Okay, so this is our heritage and this is our culture. So ulam ulaman, the history of ulam ulaman was solely for food. No studies in early 60s. No studies have been performed on the medicinal value or anything beyond its biological niche of being just solely food. But however, over the years, ulam ulaman has stretched its biological role. It is now a traditional and complementary medicine. But if we were to look at traditional medicine worldwide, developing countries are highly dependent on traditional medicine. Why? Simply because these medicinal plants, they have a very wide pharmacological properties such as anti-allergic, anti-angiogenic, anti-hypertensive, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, diuretic, and etc. There isn't any solid studies in terms of ulam ulaman plant species and their medicinal properties, but it is a folk medicine here. We always use our ulam ulaman plant species to regulate blood pressure, blood glucose level, urinary tract infection, arthritis, viral diseases, diabetes mellitus, hypertension, tonsillitis, rheumatism, and menstrual disorders. Okay, now before we go back to ulam ulaman species, let's look at the value of traditional medicinal plants as alternative medicine and preventive treatment against COVID-19. Okay, like we know that China and India, they have come up with a polyherbal decoction, which is said, which has been proven to be effective in treating and preventing or even reducing the severity of COVID-19. So China and also India, they have their own, they have developed their own a polyherbal decoction. So I have here Lianhua, Qingwen, and Kabasura Gudinir. Okay, and these two decoctions were developed based on their own collection of traditional medicinal plants. And similarly, other countries also are coming up with this kind of strategy. Like Thailand is now using Herbodo Bumi, this is Khairata. Iran is also using its own traditional plant, and so do all these countries listed here. So what they do is just like repurposing drugs. They are repurposing their traditional medicinal plants to come up with an alternative or a decoction which can literally ease the disease symptom or even prevent COVID-19. Okay, now today, Malaysia has got more than 100 over different herbal plant ulam-ulaman species, but I'm going to speak about only 4 different plant species. So these 4 different plant species, they represent a herb, shrub, and also a tree. So firstly, I have here is Nisai Kuching, cat's whiskers. Why cat's whiskers? It is so easy to grow Nisai Kuching here in Malaysia. I can also grow this in my house balcony, you know, it's like that easy. No fertilization, only watering. And we have 2 types of varieties here. One is the flower is white color and the other one is purple color. And we have a lot of products, and the most popular one is tea. But alternatively, if you can grow this at home, you just have to pluck the leaves and sip it in water, and you can have it just like that. Okay. Misai kucing is also very popular in Indonesia. It's also known as Java tea, and also sencha in China. Next one is salom or water drop wood. This is also another herb which is popular in Japan and also in Korea. So what we do is, this is also our heritage. This particular dish here is known as kerabu. So it is unique to Kelantan and also Terengganu. These are two different states in Malaysia. So what we do is just mince this and mix with other vegetables such as chili and also garlic, onion, and you just serve it like that. So kerabu is a popular ulam-ulaman dish. Next, we have terong pipit. Okay, if you look at the plant over here, this is actually roadside. So you can what I'm trying to tell you is these ulam-ulaman plant species, they can thrive easily with minimal care. Okay, so I have here the fresh fruit and also the dried fruit. So what we do with the fresh one is we do sambal, and this is called gulai. So the idea here is they are not only they have medicinal values, but nevertheless we always incorporate them in our daily diet. And lastly, this is also another photograph captured along the roadside. This is a very tall tree. Breadfruit is also known as sukun here in my country. Same family as jackfruit. So how do we cook this? This is called gulai, and it is turmeric and also coconut gravy. And you can also fry this. It tastes better, even better than chips. Okay. Okay. So now we are going to look at COVID-19 management. So generally, all around the world, we have management strategies at 3 different levels. First one is national level. Of course, all of us are aware of vaccination program. At community level, right now, whenever you are going out, you have to wear your face mask. We always practice social distancing and we comply to SOPs. But there is another strategy that has been employed by our people, which is at individual level. We are always talking about what are the foods that we should consume in order to boost our immune system. If we happen to get infected with COVID-19, what can we consume in order to ease the disease severity? So these are the 3 different level strategies that are being employed actively by people around the world. Now, a little bit on the virus itself. So the pathogenesis of SARS-CoV-2 is very well established. So in my study, which is molecular docking and molecular dynamics simulation, what I did was we actually picked the bioactive compounds that are highly concentrated in this ulam-ulaman species, and we dock these bioactive compounds against SARS-CoV targets. So all the complexes with good minimum binding affinity were subjected to subsequent analysis, which was the molecular dynamic simulation. So our results were very convincing, as in like very convincing, because we obtained a very good minimum binding affinity using molecular targets aimed at the structural components. So you will see later that molecular targets selected in my study were the spike surface protein, the envelope, the main protease, and also the nucleocapsid. So this is the idea. We want to inform people about the bioactive compounds that we have around us, our natural resources, and that people would consume it more as a preventive strategy. So in my study, today I'm going to show you only 4 different molecular targets here, because these 4 represents the different stages of SARS-CoV life cycle. So what I did was go to PDB. When you search for SARS-CoV-2 and Homo sapiens, you will get about 50 4,000 hits. And then what we did was we refined the date, the resolution, and also the structural components. And we downloaded the PDB files, edited the files, and we identified the binding pocket regions of those molecular targets or receptors. After that, we did a molecular docking with the bioactive compounds of our ulam-ulaman plant species. So these were the table over here shows the result. So the minimum binding affinity between all the 4 different molecular targets that I've listed in my previous slide with this particular compounds, which have been reported previously by our research group, that these compounds are highly concentrated in the plants that we are studying here. So the minimum binding affinity were all negative, but I didn't put some other plant species and also bioactive compounds which showed a positive value. So here I have listed down the most interesting ulam-ulaman plant species. So it was very convincing because the minimum binding affinity was very negative. Then upon that, we wanted to evaluate, we wanted to look at the structural interactions. The structural interactions were also good, as in we had a good or great extent of hydrophobic and hydrogen bonds. So we have to know that the stability of complexes is not only determined by the minimum binding affinity, also it comes along with the extent of structural interactions, which are being measured by all these van der Waals, hydrogen bond, carbon-hydrogen bond, pi-cation, sigma, pi-pi stacked, and also alkyl interaction. So molecular docking of this is for sukun, showed a good structural interaction, as well as for water dropwood. So we were very happy. So we picked the compound which showed the best stability, and we did a molecular dynamics simulation, and I did not present that because the data is really huge. And what we realized that is the Malaysian ulam-ulaman plant species holds a very good potential in inhibiting SARS-CoV-2 molecular targets. Okay, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Hello, Razina? Can you hear me? What's happening?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nisha, for your presentation. I'm sorry. Yeah, hello, Dr. Gilbert. Are you ready with your presentation? I'm sorry, your voice is not audible. We can able to see your presentation, but your voice is not audible. Yes, now it is audible. Please continue with your presentation. Hello, Dr. Gilbert. Please continue with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Gilbert.
Non, mais c'est vraiment une merde, votre truc, hein. Bon Dieu de merde, alors. C'est pas croyable, ça. Oh là là
Hello,
là là
Dr.
là.
Gilbert. We can able to see your presentation. Can you please start the presentation?
Quand même. Presque la législation.
Is there any problem, Dr. Glady?
J'entends rien, je fais pas de truc. J'entends absolument rien. Ça, c'est vraiment un truc de merde.
Hello, Dr. Gilbert. Can I know what is the issue? Can you please drop a message in the chat box if you are facing any issue?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am without any sound, but it seems that you can hear me. So I will start my presentation, which is a description of a new nanotherapy which is able to block the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and so to avoid any type of contaminations. While the SARS-CoV-2 epidemic seems to rebound more and more despite the massive vaccination surveys that prove not only moderate efficacy, but more deleterious effects than expected. And so the need for an effective treatment against the coronavirus is imperative. At this time, a number of anti-COVID-19 treatments are currently being studied or tested, but here again, the results are not necessarily very convincing, and there is always the problem of unmonitored side effects. All the products which are used, whether molnupiravir, Paxlovid, ivermectin, or fluvoxamine, are aimed at reducing the severity of the acute disease triggered by SARS-CoV-2. The same is true for anti-inflammatory and antibiotic treatments. Here on this slide, we see some different proposals of treatments, some antiviral drugs, well-known anti-inflammatory drugs, and more recently, monoclonal antibodies were introduced in the treatment. But all these drugs have the same purpose. They try to reduce the severity, the strongness of the acute SARS-CoV-2 infection. Currently, the effectiveness of the various vaccines is highly questioned by the emergence of variants, which are probably the consequence of the inability of the vaccine substances to completely block the progression and spread of the virus. Here on this slide, we see the information about the protective function of the mRNA vaccines. And the problem is how much is really, how strong is really the protective immunity against SARS-CoV-2 variants. And more, it is becoming clear that the variants have no difficulty to get over the protection given by the different vaccines. But another question, at least as important, needs to be asked: are vaccines not responsible for the emergence of new variants through a Darwinian process of natural selection? Because it appears more and more that more people are vaccinated in more and more countries over the world, and the number of variants is also bigger than before. It's a reality that the incidence rates of the epidemic, which are currently rising in most of the countries, where vaccination programs are most advanced in terms of population coverage, do suggest a causal link between emerging variants and vaccines. So the most important question to ask is, what are the criteria for selecting an effective treatment against SARS-CoV-2? In my opinion, there are three criteria. In all cases, the remedy has to block the entry of the virus into the cell. In my mind, it's the most important criterion, because it's the only possibility to stop the epidemic invasion. Second criterion is, in case of acute infection, it must be able to inhibit intracellular viral replication, so to defend the possibility for the virus to expand. And finally, it must be able to prevent the evolution towards prolonged post-infectious syndrome. Such kind of treatment exists in form of a nanobiotherapy named bioimmune gene medicine, abbreviated BIG-MET. Here we see what is really important against this SARS-CoV-2 epidemic. It's to block the possibility of an entry and re-entry of the virus in the target cells. The BIG-MET will attempt, on the one hand, to promote deregulated immunogenetic mechanism in a global and multi-scale approach, as in the systems biology approach, and on the other hand, to restore the homeostatic balance at the genomic, epigenomic, proteomic, and metabolic levels. Here we see this mode of approach related to BIG-MET therapy. To this purpose, the BIG-MET will use the various molecules involved in the regulation of these biological mechanisms at ultra-low doses to comply with the principle of biomimicry. Activation of cells and whole organism typically displayed hormetic biphasic dose responses, which explain one of the important reasons for the success of BIG-MET, namely the reversal of action of a molecule according to dilution concentration. This law of classical pharmacology asks that low dilutions have a rather activating effect, which is reversed as more the dilutions increase. We see this of this slide. The dilution is increasing at the first step. The response is also increasing to a maximal level, and which is related to an activation of the effects of the function of the corresponding molecule. And after that, more and more you dilute your molecular preparation, and more you will have a decreasing response and corresponding to an increasing inhibition of the molecular response. So it means that more you dilute and more you will have an inhibitory effect. Another important point is the use of dynamous dilutions, whose effectiveness is a fundamental element of the impact of our remedies and the regulation mechanism. And this kind of mechanism of action relies on the principles of ab initio molecular dynamics, which describe the molecular speed-up resulting from the interactions between used molecules and their aqueous substrate. Here we have such a model of ab initio molecular dynamics simulation, which demonstrated the interaction between a given molecule and water molecules in an aqueous solution. It shows clearly that the interaction between the initial water molecules and the given the molecules which are in the aqueous solution. The application of these different laws and rules from biology and quantum physics allows us to create associations of molecules that are fully compliant with the molecular models, which are the object of our regulatory treatment. In this case, it is what allowed us to build the formula named CoREC, aiming at neutralizing all the pathogenic mechanisms of SARS-CoV-2. This pharmaceutical product includes several molecules belonging to the SARS-CoV-2 viral genome, as well as to its epigenome and transcriptome, identified for their important role in the regulation of essential mechanisms involved in the pathogenicity of the virus. So at the genomic level, the formula will contain the main ORFs, open reading frames, of the genes involved in the replication of the viral RNA molecule. In particular, ORFs 1A, 1B, 6, and 8, whose gene silencing will be obtained with the help of very high dynamic dilutions ranging from T-12 to T10, 10-12 to 10-18 molecular mole -1. We will obtain in the same way a gene silencing of the protein S gene in order to prevent its de novo synthesis. Here we see these very important molecules in the related to the pathogenicity of SARS-CoV-2. We have 1A, we have 1B, and the S protein. Regarding epigenomic regulation, it will exclusively concern the one related to RNA interference, allowing both a post-transcriptional inhibition of viral messenger RNA and the modulation of various immune responses, also involving microRNAs used in low activating dilution, ranging from 10⁻⁵ to 10⁻⁷ molar. Here we see these well-known two main proteins, protein receptors, CE2 and TMPRSS2, which binding and activation have absolutely to be blocked by any kind of treatment whose aim is to defend the entry in the cell for the virus. And that is what you can do with our preparation. The therapeutic use of the proteome will, of course, concern not only the major proteins of the virus, but also a large number of proteins linked to the host cell, as well as to certain immunocompetent cells. At the viral level, it is first and foremost the now famous membrane protein S and its numerous variants that are regularly updated in our remedy, but also the membrane protein N and several non-structural proteins of the virus, which all represent major components of our remedy. As we see of this slide, the different membrane proteins, spike protein here, N protein, M protein, E protein, all these proteins will be used in high dilutions, dynamized high dilutions, so to block their function in relationship to the virus. At the cellular level, it's above all the proteins corresponding to the entry points of the virus into the host cell, including the HA and the TMPRSS2 molecules, as well as the furin molecule responsible for a large part of the virulence of the virus, which will be blocked using high inhibitory dilutions. So it gives this composition of the drug called Coalesce, as we have evoked it before. Here we have all these molecules are related to the virus, and the other molecules are related to the immune system with some toll-like receptors, read-like receptors, interleukins, microRNA, and so on. Coalesce has proven to be extremely effective as a preventive agent in the context of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemics. More than 10,000 patients have been treated with this product, and the feedback we have received so far confirms that only 2 or 3 patients have nevertheless developed a mild to moderate infection. So it's really a medicine, a drug, remedy which is able to prevent the infection, to stop the development of the pandemic everywhere. That was all. Thank you for attention. I hope you have interest for my short talk, and I send you best greetings from my town, Colmar in France. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Glady, for your presentation. I don't know, you cannot able to hear my voice. If anybody has any questions, please write it down in the chat box. So we move forward for the next presentation. It's from Dr. Arya Ivan Mahendra from Universitas Airlangga from Indonesia. Hello, Dr. Arya. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, so you are the presenter now. Please share your screen with us.
Okay. Hope you see my presentation.
Yes, perfect. Please make it a full screen and start your presentation.
No, sorry, wait. I think. Hope you see it.
Yes.
So I will start. Okay. Good evening from Indonesia, everyone. I hope everyone stay healthy wherever you are. I am Arya Ivan from Faculty of Medicine Universitas Airlangga. Here I will present the research conducted by me, Dr. Nilo, Dr. Erwin, and Dr. Lilik. The title of this research is the profile of hearing loss in patients with HIV in Dr. Stomo General Hospital. Of course, the title of the study is related to hearing loss associated with the condition of HIV patients who are very susceptible to disturbance in hearing system. So I will start with the introduction. So we know hearing loss is greatly affect a person's quality of life and certainly make it difficult for someone to socialize, communicate, and regulate their emotion. This could happen in various groups of age. In children, of course, it will interfere with their development. At a productive age, of course, it will interfere with their quality of life. Their work will be more or less disrupted, especially if their work requires good or efficient communication. In the elderly, even the risk of dementia can occur. And I'm so sorry. In East Java, which is the province where Dr. Stomo General Hospital is located, case of hearing loss are ranked second in Indonesia. The case of hearing loss itself can be caused by many things. One of them that we discuss now specifically is HIV-related hearing loss. The prevalence hearing loss in HIV patients reached 14% to 49% from previous study. This prevalence is quite high, and hearing loss in the HIV patient can occur with various types of hearing loss. Like I said before, hearing loss in HIV patient can occur with various types. Hearing loss is divided into three types: conduction type hearing loss, sensorial type hearing loss, and mixed type hearing loss. Conduction type hearing loss is characterized by the patient having a hearing threshold process on conduction inbound through the mastoid process, which is better than air conduction. And conduction type hearing loss in HIV patient can occur due to infectious disease or malignancy. And the second is sensorial hearing loss. The sensorial hearing loss is the most common pathologic complaint in HIV patient. If you could see in the journal, the severity of HIV impairment in central nervous system disorders can be attributed to the mechanism of antiretroviral drugs, immature immune system recovery, and persistent inflammation and toxicity of ARV drugs. And the last is the mixed types, which is a combination of these two types. So hearing loss in HIV patient can be caused by many things. Mainly, it can be caused by opportunistic infection, malignancy related to hearing loss, use of toxic drugs, and side effect of antiretroviral. For the opportunistic infection, there are several opportunistic infections that are said to cause hearing loss. There is a cytomegalovirus, herpes simplex virus, and herpes zoster osticus, syphilis, toxoplasma gondii, Mycobacterium tuberculosis. If we know that in Mycobacterium tuberculosis, if the patient could use some antibiotic like aminoglycoside are used in MDR-TB and is a major cause of related hearing loss. They are discussed under the aminoglycoside of toxicity. And for the malignancy itself, the most common malignancy in HIV infection is Kaposi sarcoma, and then malignant lymphoma, especially non-Hodgkin lymphoma, in the ear causing sound conduction disturbance. So it could cause conduction type hearing loss. And use of ototoxic drug in HIV patient based on the guideline for the prevention and treatment of opportunistic infection in adults of adolescent with HIV is in 2019 by F-Info. The following is a list of toxic drugs commonly used to treat opportunistic infection associated with HIV, like amikacin, azithromycin, ceftriaxone, clarithromycin, erythromycin, paraomycin, terfamycin, and vancomycin. And the one of the hot topic is the antiretroviral itself. Use of antiretroviral drugs. Some studies stated that the provision of ARV therapy is one of the main causes of HIV patients experiencing sensorineural hearing loss. There are many studies that suggest that the toxic effect of ARV drugs on the NRTI class has a relationship with apoptosis itself. In the match to mitochondrial DNA in earth tissue, the first damaged part is the basal part of the cochlea, so the hearing loss will occur if the patient use the ARV drugs, especially in NRTI class. And there are other complaints of manifestation of the disorders in HIV patient can also occur in a form otalgia, like a pain in your ears, and otore, like a fluid discharge in the ear, tinnitus, ringing in your ears, and a vertigo, dizziness, spinning. So I will explain you about our research method. So our method is a cross-sectional descriptive research was performed in a patient with HIV in Dr. Suman General Hospital. The assessment of hearing using HHAS questionnaire by phone calling the patient, and the data from the medical records were collected. The sample size in this study is total sampling of all newly infected HIV patients in Dr. Suman General Hospital in June to December 2019 and met the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So I will explain you our result and discussion. So first, I will explain you about the gender characteristic of the respondents. So in this study, it was found that HIV patients were dominated by the male patients. This comparison in accordance with the previous study. In Indonesia, in Dr. Zainal Abidin Banda Aceh, was also dominated by male patients with 47 patients. So the results of the study are in accordance with the previous research. And the characteristic of the respondent in the study, it was found that HIV patients who come for the treatment were predominantly at the age of 31 to 35 years. After that, were 21 to 25 years. The Ministry of Health of Republic Indonesia also stated that the highest prevalence was in the age group of 20 to 29 years. This further supported the population of HIV patients in Indonesia is dominated by the productive age group. So this is the distribution of CD4 level in HIV patient. So in this data, it was found that most of the patients for treatment came with the CD4 range of 1 to 199, followed by 5 patients with CD4 range of 200 to 349. So in the study, it was found that most of the patients did not have opportunistic infection related to hearing loss. There were 23 patients who did not have opportunistic infection. However, as many 3 patients come with central nervous system infection, Toxoplasma gondii, and there is herpes zoster virus for 2 patients, and there is 1 patient that have herpes simplex virus, and 1 patient who have herpes simplex virus and herpes zoster virus. So this is the distribution of group types of opportunistic infection that can have the potential to trigger hearing loss, hearing based on CD4 levels. So from all opportunistic infection found in HIV patient, it was found that there was an in the incidence of opportunistic infection that have the potential to trigger hearing loss in proportion to decreasing the levels in patients, which was clearly seen at the levels above 500. There were no opportunistic infection in patients. At the CD4 levels below 200, there are 5 patients who have opportunistic infection. The incidence of opportunistic infection that have the potential to interfere with hearing function is increasing. And if we see the research from previous research itself, there is a relationship between CD4 and hearing threshold in HIV patient, where it was stated that the average patient with HIV infection with hearing loss in the previous study was 197 patients had a CD4 below 200. Some studies stated manifestations of hearing loss in HIV patients have previously been described as being associated with decreased CD4 cell count and severity of HIV infection. And it states that higher incidence of sensorineural hearing loss in HIV can be associated with a progressive decline in the patient immunological status, which has the potential to place the patient have a risk for the neurotrophic nature of the disease and opportunistic infection, which have been known to cause hearing loss. And I will explain you about the distribution of use of ototoxic opportunistic infection therapy. So the patient, the HIV patient in this study, we know there's 27 patients not taking ototoxic opportunistic infection therapy, which was listed based on the guideline for the prevention and treatment of opportunistic infection in adults and adolescents, which HIV issued in 2019 by HINFO. But there is patient that use some ototoxic drugs. There is one patient with azithromycin, one patient with erythromycin, and one patient with streptomycin. And this is the distribution of hearing loss related malignancy in HIV patients. So there was no history of malignancy related to hearing loss in all patients. We know the prevalence of HIV patient with malignancy is indeed small, so that the prevalence of the HIV patient with malignancy is not too much. This is from the previous study, we know that the prevalence of HIV patient that have malignancy is about 2% of patient, and so it's in this study there were no patient with a story of the malignancy. And this is the distribution of the combination of antiretroviral used by HIV patient. So all the patients use a regimen tenofovir, lamivudine, and efavirenz. In Indonesia, tenofovir, lamivudine, and efavirenz themselves are the first-line regimen for HIV patient, especially for adult patients, including pregnant and lactating women and children like 5 years and over. So in this research, we know that the patient used this regimen, the first-line regimen. And this is the distribution of our complaints experienced by HIV patient. From this study, from this research, we know that we know that it was found that most of the patient complained of a tinnitus or ringing in these ears. According to the previous study, who reported the prevalence of logic symptom, in the study there was 26 patients with tinnitus, 25 patients for vertigo. So it's like the ear complaint dominated by tinnitus in previous study too. And there is one patient with a vertigo, 2 patients with hearing loss, 1 patient with tinnitus and hearing loss, and 1 patient with vertigo and hearing loss. But there is no complaint on the ears from 22 patients. So in the study, we use hearing handicap inventory assessment screening questionnaire for hearing loss hearing loss screening. Initially, this research will use audiometry, but due to the current pandemic condition, so we just use the questionnaire for the screening of hearing loss. From this research, we know that there is a 24 patient with no handicap with no handicap hearing loss, and there is a 4 patient with mild moderate handicap, and there is a 2 patient with significant handicap. And this is the distribution of hearing loss complication in HIV patient from the questionnaire. There is a social score and the emotional score. From the study, we know that the variation of the emotional score and social score is depends on life experience, health expectation, and even the adaptability of each individual. And in the study, it was found that the total score of emotional impact was greater than the social impact. Dominance of social and emotional impacts due to hearing loss using the screening of hearing loss has its own variation. So the conclusion is, in the study, the characteristic of HIV patient who were willing to become respondent were dominated by the male gender, and the characteristic of HIV patient who are willing to be respondent are dominated by the 31 to 35 years. In the study, it was found that the incidence of opportunistic infection that have the potential to interfere with hearing function is increasing along with the low CD4 level in a HIV patient. The highest prevalence of opportunistic infection that have the potential to cause hearing loss in HIV patient is Toxoplasma gondii infection. And it was found that the complaint experience tinnitus in 3 patients, vertigo in 1 patient, hearing loss in 1 patient, tinnitus and hearing loss in 1 patient, vertigo and hearing loss in 1 patient. However, most patients had no other complaints as many as 20 patients. And it was found that the most patients did not experience handicap as many as 24 patients. There were patients who experienced mild moderate handicap as many as 4 patients, and patients with significant handicap as many as 2 patients. And total emotional score was greater than the social score. This shows the emotional impact dominates over the social impact. Thank you for your attention. I hope that on this occasion, research on hearing loss in HIV patients can continue to develop, considering the impact of hearing loss, which greatly interferes with the patient quality of life. Moreover, based on epidemiological data, HIV patients are often the patient of a productive age, so that if the hearing loss occurs, it will certainly disrupt the patient life. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Arya. So do we have any questions? I could see a message from Dr. Krishna, Murli Krishna, stating that there's no audio, but I guess you'll have to check your settings, doctor, because everything was audible for us, neat and clear. Maybe you need to check your settings from your side, from your system. So do we have any questions?
If you have any question too, you can send the question to our email in ariefma@gmail.com of nilpurnami.fk.unar.ac.id. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arya, for your for answering. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you once again. So now it's time to just a minute. Now we can take a lunch break and we'll be back at 13:45. Please stay connected.
This conference will now be recorded.
So let's start our next session by Dr. Raymond Surya from Universitas Indonesia, from Indonesia. So yes, could you please click on the screen button? Sorry, screen button, so that you can share your screen with us. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Uh, can we see the presentation?
Yes, yes, yes. We could see your presentation.
Okay, can we start for the presentation?
Yes, perfect. We can start with your presentation, Dr. Raymond Surya.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Razina. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Raymond Surya. I am from Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Rumah Sakit Cipto Mangunkusumo, Jakarta, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. Today, I would like to present about the case series of dengue fever in peripartum period for the maternal and fetal outcome. It has been published in Infectious Disease Reports in 2020. First, the introduction that we know that dengue fever is a major public health problem in tropical and subtropical areas, especially in Indonesia. In Indonesia, the annual incidence was 35 to 40 per 100,000, and the case fatality rate reached 0.73%. Dengue is defined as an acute febrile illness with one or more following signs or symptoms, such as intense headache, retroorbital pain, myalgia, arthralgia, skin rash, leukopenia, and hemorrhagic manifestations. WHO has been classified the dengue uh, into dengue without warning sign, dengue with warning sign, and severe dengue fever. Dengue in pregnancy is more rarely, but dengue in pregnancy make the risk of more severe infection in pregnant women and mother-to-child transmission before and during delivery. The clinical presentations of dengue fever are
Dr. Raymond Surya, I'm so sorry for interrupting, but your voice is not audible to us. Dr. Raymond Surya, I'm so sorry for interrupting, but your voice is not audible. Okay, I guess he's not able to listen to us too. So let me just make a call. Phone number. Phone
Pak
number.
Raymond, Pak Raymond, suaranya tidak terdengar, Pak Raymond.
For the ureum creatinine is also increased 8 times from the normal value. This is the unlucky outcome of the mother. And the second case, a 27-year-old
Dr.
woman.
Raymond Surya, I'm so sorry for interrupting you in between, but I guess the last slide was not audible to us and suddenly your voice has come back. So could you please repeat the last slide once again, if you don't mind?
This one?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
this is the laboratory trend of the first cases. Firstly, that the platelet count is 27,000 and the lowest platelet count is 17,000. But after in ICU, the platelet count is increased. It seems that there is a recovery of the patients, but in liver and renal function, it is worse than the first patients came. The renal functions increased 8 times from normal limit, and the patient was died in ICU. Next, for the second case, there is a 27-year-old woman came with gravity 1, 37 to 38 weeks of gestational age with mother with the dengue with warning sign and baby with hernia diaphragmatica. There is also the stable hemodynamic with the laboratory show that the low white blood count, low platelet count, and slightly elevated liver enzyme, and positive for IgM and NS1 antigen, but negative for IgG dengue serology. The baby was born by cesarean section, born baby boy with 3,200 grams and Apgar score 5 to 8. And the baby was checked for the dengue and the result is negative for NS1 antigen. Patient was treated in ICU for 3 days and patient was discharged from hospital. This is the good case of dengue infection in pregnancy. This is the laboratory trend of our patients. The lowest platelet count is 15,000, but the liver functions is only slightly elevated. It's different with the first cases. And next, the third case, a 31-year-old woman with the gravity 3, parity 2 with the 38 weeks of gestational age with previous C-section 2 times, mother with dengue with warning signs. The woman also showed the stable hemodynamic with the laboratory result is low white blood cell, low platelet count, and elevated liver enzyme and positive for IgG and IgM dengue. The patients go for the C-section due to the previous C-section 2 times and born baby boy 2,500 grams and the baby was negative for NS1 antigen. Patient was treated in ward for 2 days and discharged from hospital. The patient didn't treated in ICU. It is the good outcome of the third cases. This is the laboratory trend for the third case. We saw that the lowest platelet count is 47,000. And this is the fourth case, a 25-year-old woman with gravity 2 abortus 1, 36 weeks of gestational age, with mother with the dengue with warning sign and preeclampsia with severe feature. The patient came with the stable hemodynamic on antihypertensive agent, and the laboratory showed the low platelet count, elevated liver enzyme, and positive IgG and IgM and NS1 antigen. The patient was undergone for the C-section due to non-reassuring fetal status. So the patient was undergone the C-section due to the baby, not the mother. Born baby boy, 2,300 with baby was negative for NS1 antigen, IgM, and IgG. Patient was treated in ICU. 8 hours after C-section, there is a massive vaginal bleeding, and the patient was died in 24 hours due to the IC. This is the laboratory result. The lowest is the lowest platelet count is 5,000. This is the the death of this patient is due to the massive hemorrhage after C-section. This is the summary of cases from the patient number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. There, for the maternal outcome, there are 2 patients with death and 2 patients going home safely. And all the fatal outcome is negative for the dengue fever. For the discussion, actually, it is difficult to diagnosis and treatment of dengue in pregnancy because in pregnancy there is a various physiological change in pregnancy, such as delusional anemia. The delusional anemia will mask the hemoconcentration during diversion's phase of dengue with a warning sign. The case 1 and 4 show the normal hematocrit level, but it mimicking the theory of hemoconcentration of dengue with warning sign. Actually, the complications of dengue infection in pregnancy depends on combination of host and viral virulence. Positive antibody serology increase risk for exaggerated cytokine cascade response, and it make high risk for massive plasma leakage. It will lead to acute pulmonary edema and ascites. But in our patients, there is no acute pulmonary edema and also an ascites. How about the time and mode of delivery? Because we are as an OBGYN, also always ask about the time and mode of delivery. Actually, I saw from the several guidelines in tropical and in tropical areas, it is still debatable. In Sri Lanka, induction or elective cesarean section is avoided in critical phase. It can be conducted for cesarean section if the platelet is over 50,000. If the fetal distress of the indication in fetal in critical phase of mother with dengue fever, please do not do the intervention in Sri Lanka. How about the ACOG? ACOG is from American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. ACOG stated that platelet transfusions should be conducted until platelet more than 50,000 before major surgery or more than 70,000 for epidural or spinal anesthesia. How about the British? The British stated that the transfusion if platelet less than 1,000 without bleeding manifestation or massive systemic bleeding. So we can see that there is there is still no current guideline which stated the same thing. Clinical bleeding in patients with dengue is intricate effect of hemostatic system outside obstetric background. So uterotonics is still essential if we perform the cesarean sections to avoid the uterine atony. In our cases, 3 cases of bleeding manifestation without obstetric risk factors, but the last case is death because of the bleeding after cesarean section. Although we have administered the uterotonics to the patients. Actually, the incidence of postpartum hemorrhage in dengue infection is around 10 to 19%. How about the fatal outcome? Actually, the infection of dengue can spread to placental circulations, which make endothelial damage with increased vascular permeability leading to plasma leakage. The vertical transmission is very low, is around 1.6%. In our cases, there is no vertical transmission found. We suggest from our case report that we have to build or we have to develop the national guideline for dengue fever in pregnancy in Indonesia. Why? Because the Indonesia is a tropical areas with the dengue is still prevalent in Indonesia. The conclusion, the management of dengue fever in pregnancy at the tertiary hospital is still suboptimal. We stated still suboptimal because we are the tertiary hospital in Indonesia, but there is still a death from the dengue infection in pregnancy. Why? Due to the lack of an available national guideline. Dengue fever during peripartum has higher risk morbidity and mortality. So we need a multidisciplinary team approach to handle the patients. That's all about our presentations. This is our reference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond, for your presentation. Do we have any questions to Dr. Raymond or any comments that you'd like to make? Any questions or any comments? Okay, I guess there are no questions, Dr. Raymond. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time and your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. So let's move on to our next presentation. So for that, we have Dr. Timbul Partogi Simorangkir. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, but yeah, from Indonesian Defense University, Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much for the committee, Dr. Razina Alves, for your invitation to me.
Oh, that's great.
I would like to share my screen.
Yes, please kindly click on the screen button so you'll be able to share your screen with us.
Okay. One screen. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's clear.
Not yet visible, so let me just, yeah, now it's visible.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you
Can
could
I
just
start
put
my
it in the
presentation?
slideshow mode.
Sorry.
Slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yeah, on the top you have a home insert design. So over there you have slideshow. Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Yes, perfect.
Is it clear?
We can
Okay.
start with your presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Good afternoon for everyone. I'm from Indonesia. I'm Dr. Timbul Partogi from Indonesian Defense University, and I want to present my presentation about study of possibility physical interaction antimalarial combination drugs on Global Summit Infectious Disease conference. Before that, I want to introduce myself. Sorry. My background is a pharmacist. As you know, I'm graduated from Airlangga University and then finished my doctoral graduate in pharmaceutical technology in School of Pharmacy, Bandung Technology Institute. So I want to show about combination drug therapy, and I want to share my experience, and the importance of my presentations is about 3 points. The first is the dangers of resistances about antimalarial drugs, and the second is the stability of drug manufacturing process that can make different effect for the drugs.
Dr. Timble, are you facing any issues? Dr. Timble, are you online? Are you facing any issues? We are not able to hear you out. There is some issue with the network and the system. So Dr. Timble said that he will be joining online through a smartphone. So let's just wait for him for a few more minutes. And then we can continue. So we'll just wait for him for a few minutes.
Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for the trouble. I have trouble with my computer, and I try to continue with my smartphone. And would you please to help me to share screen, the committee?
Yeah. Yes. You are the presenter now. You can share your screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry for the uncomfortable trouble.
Dr. Dimple, please share your screen now.
I can see your screen.
Yeah. Please share your screen now.
I can share because I use my smartphone. I can share the screen.
You are the presenter now. Please share your screen.
Okay. Can you help to open this screen from the committee? Because I use my smartphone and the data is not inside in my smartphone. I've sent my presentation to
Yes,
the committee.
Dr. Timble. Yeah, Dr. Timble, we have your presentation, so I will be presenting it on your behalf. You can just give a talk and let me know when to change the slide so that I can do it for you.
Okay. Yeah. I can see. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we can the third slide. Maybe
Yeah.
I have introduced myself, and then the first slide is the picture. The picture. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, doctor. We are good to go.
So
Please do continue with your talk.
okay, thank you. So we can see in the pharmaceutical industry, we know that the active pharmaceutical ingredients or EPI, it's based on the market condition and availability. Is depend on the stability of drugs. And after we make it drugs in manufacture, the tribomechanical energy in manufacturing process can be make differences effect for the EPI. Can you hear my voice? Sorry. Hello.
Yes. It's audible.
Okay. So I want
Can I move to
to
next slide?
show the. Pardon me.
Can I move to next slide?
Is my Wi-Fi is the connection is
You can continue.
unstable. Maybe
You can continue now. You can.
I cannot hear you.
You can continue now.
Okay. Move to the next slide.
Okay.
Next slide, please. As I mentioned, that the importance of my presentation right now is to show about the dangers of the resistances of anti-malarial drugs, especially for the artemisinin combination therapy. Next slide. Yeah. Is it the phenomena of active pharmaceutical ingredients that can be happen if the environment and the situation of the environment make the change of stability of drugs. We can see the epictaxy effect from the vendors, and then the differential of dissolution rate, and then the polymorphism and habits of crystal of the drugs. It's because the stability of the drugs can be different effect because the environment. And the tribomechanic in manufacturing process, like effect of milling and then grinding and other process in manufacture, it can make different habit of crystal, like amorphization and then polymorphic transformation, and then the physical interaction and release of crystal water that can make different effect of the active pharmaceutical ingredients. Next slide. If we talk about malaria, malaria in Indonesia is a very dangerous disease that treat our people. And malaria drugs, we know the dangers of malaria drugs weaknesses is resistances to the plasmodium, a new plasmodium, and then the different plasmodium make resistances for drugs, especially for a combination of drugs, artemisinin combination therapy drugs that WHO recommend for the treatment of malaria. It is important to know about the risk of combination between two drugs for the antimalarial drugs. The main pharmaceutical issue with artesunate is one of, sorry? Yeah. No. Yes, thank you. The main pharmaceutical issue with artesunate is artemisinin derivatives in containing formulation is stability. Artesunate is active pharmaceutical ingredients that very unstable. Moreover, if we make it with combination with the other antimalarial drugs like amodiaquine. So we have to know the polymorphism of artesunates, and then it's preferable to develop the most thermodynamically stability of the drugs. We can know the possibility of interaction between the artemisinin combination therapy. We can observe by the microscopic process, and then the thermoanalytical or TG, and then the crystallographic or powder X-ray diffractometer, and then the spectroscopic like Raman and FTIR, and so on. And we can know the possibility, the change of the EPI from one crystal and can be changed to another crystal that make a different effect for therapy. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. The importance of polymorphism study is we can know the physical and chemical stability, and then the effect of manufacturing process for the bioavailability for the drugs. We know that the most drugs exhibit structural polymorphism, whereas crystal hardness, crystal shape and color, physicochemical properties, stability, hygroscopicity, and so on, and then make different properties or effect from the drugs or EPI. Next slide. Now we want to show you about how we prepare the preparation of the combination drugs. We observe of habit and a mixture of two components, artesunates and amodiaquin hydrochloride. We made two saturated solution in various solvents like methanol, ethanol, normal hexane, and chloroform and distilled water. And then it's a glass strip on different objects and allowed to crystallize again at room temperature along with the evaporation of the solvent. And we observe the crystal habit by polarizing microscope and digital camera. Next preparation is to make a physical mixture of artesunate and amodiaquin hydrochloride. We use the raw materials of artesunate and amodiaquin, weight and mix in a molar ratio like in the slide. And then physical mixture homogenized by stirring the two materials in a mortar with a salve card. Next slide, please. After that, we make a characterization with the hot states methods. We know that the hot state methods Koffler is very popular to show the differences habit of crystal. The way is contact method performed under a polarizing microscope equipped with object glass and covered the material and then heated to melt and allowed to crystallize again. After that, artesunate powder was put on the side of the border and the cover glass after the amodiaquin, and then the system is heated until the entire artesunate will be melt and move and contact with the surface of the amodiaquin crystal. Contact area that occurs between solids and fused amodiaquin and artesunate was observed for growing a new crystal under a polarizing microscope at 200 magnification and recorded by a digital camera. And for to make it sure, we can use the cold contact method. We saturate solution of amodiaquin in the solvent and drip on the glass object and waiting to crystallize. After that, the same amount of artesunate saturated solution drip on the edge of amodiaquin recrystallization region. And we can see in the border of the two active pharmaceutical ingredients, we can observe the polarizing microscope at 200 magnification and record with the digital camera like hot states methods. Next slide, please. The second characterization, we can use the thermal analysis. We can use the DTA, differential thermal analysis. The way is each material and binary mixture of various molar ratio of drugs were prepared for DTA analyzing, and heating was performed in the range of 30 to 300 degrees of Celsius at scan rate 10 Celsius per minute. And we can make and collect the data, and we make a thermogram of DTA results. And we make the diagram paste of binary system, amodiaquin and artesunate. The third characterization is a powder X-ray diffractometer of diffractogram analysis. We can take and put the sample at room temperature by using a Rigaku diffractometer, and then measure the condition as the target metals and so on. And we can see and we have collect the data of the diffractogram and we can analyze the data. Next slide, please. And the fourth characterization is scanning electron microscopy or SEM analysis. We can put the powder sample was placed on the sample holder and coated with gold aluminium, and we can see the picture of the active pharmaceutical ingredients and the combination of artesunate and amodiaquine, and we analyze the data, the picture, sorry. And the fifth characterization is we use the Fourier transform infrared of ETIR spectroscopy, and we have a spectrogram, and we analyze the data from the FTIR spectroscopy. Next slide. The last characterization is, oh yes, it's the results. Yeah, sorry. We have. Okay, five characterization, and the result is next slide. This is a hot states contact method. We can see the picture. We can see in the center of border between the artesunate in 142 degree melting point, and 170 degrees Celsius for amodiaquine melting point. We can see in the center, in the border of center, the new crystal habit. It shows that in the contact zone area, is it the interaction happen between artesunate and amodiaquine. So what is the question is, what is the interaction between the artesunate and amodiaquine? Now we can use the next characterization. Yeah, next slide, please. To make sure that the crystal formed by the interaction between artesunate and amodiaquine, we can use the cold contact method. We can see the same character of crystal habit. The needle shape in the hot contact method is on the center of the border, and in cold contact method we can see the needle shapes in the bottom of the picture. This is show that interaction. Next slide. And then we use the binary, sorry. Yeah, we use the binary phase diagram from the differential thermal analyzer. We can see that the diagram show the E1. The E1 is the new melting point of the new component that has a result by interaction of artesunate and amodiaquine. We can see in left vertical graphic, we can see the melting point of artesunate, and in the right is the melting point of in the left is the melting point of amodiaquine hydrochloride, and in the right vertical line is the melting point of artesunate. And then we can see if we make a mixture of artesunate and amodiaquine, we can see the decreasing of a melting point, and in A1 we can see the new melting point of the has result from the interaction artesunate and amodiaquine. This is in 170 160 degree. Next slide. To make sure we can show the needle shapes with the SEM, scanning electron microscope, we can see that the new crystal habit formed by the interaction of artesunate and amodiaquin. Next slide. Now, this is PXRD diffractogram analysis. Is this the most important to show the differences or the change of the habit of crystal in crystallography material science. We can see we have a new peak from the D point, yeah, artesunate and amodiaquin co-crystal. We can see 4 or 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5 new peak. That is show that the diffractogram shows that because of the interaction artesunate and amodiaquin, it make a new co-crystal or crystal habit, and it is called the co-crystal polymorphism. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the differential scanning calorimetry. It shows that the mixture between amodiaquin and artesunate shows the decreasing of the melting point of the two mixtures. Yeah, it's make sure that interaction between artesunate and amodiaquin is surely possible and make a new component or co-crystal artesunate and amodiaquin that make the different effect for the treatment. Next slide. So the conclusion is based on the result by 5 methods. The interaction that occurs between in the artesunate and amodiaquin is influenced and accelerated by the presence of tribomechanical energy and the influence of extreme humidity and methanol solvents that we can usually use in the manufacturing process to make tablets and each other of solid dosage form from the active pharmaceutical ingredients and combination, and then the tablet maybe more to be rigid for the stability, and then can decrease the effectivity of treatment like that. Okay, maybe this is my presentation. I'm sorry, my presentation is have a trouble, and then I'm not good talking in English. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Timbul, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation. Okay, so moving on to our next presenter is from Dr. Simona Di Pietro from University of Messina, Italy. Hello, Dr. Simona. Yeah. Yeah, can you please unmute yourself?
Any other questions?
Yes, we cannot able to hear you. You need to click on the mic. Can able to see your screen but cannot able to hear you. Can you please unmute yourself? You can see 4 icons on your screen. Please click on first one. I'm sorry, we cannot able to hear you.
Sorry, I can share my presentation a moment.
Yes. No. Yes, now it is audible and your screen is also visible. You can make
Okay.
it a full screen and start your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ok. Perché ho messo qua sotto? I'm Simona Di Pietro. I'm a vet, assistant professor at the University of Messina, Italy. My presentation is on molecular identification and sequencing of canine enteric viruses in Sicilian dogs affected by severe gastroenteritis.
Hello, Dr. Simona. Sorry for the interruption. Can you make it a full screen?
Full screen. Oh. I don't find the icona. Okay.
Yeah, it is. You can move, like you can drag that options. There is no problem. Or you can find the option at the left side of the top of your screen.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry. Gastroenteritis in dogs have different etiology, including food, parasitic, immunomediated, and infectious. Among the most commonly frequent causes, especially in young dogs, there is the infectious one, and in particular the viral cause. Despite the different etiology, the clinical manifestations are the same, such as depression, loss of appetite, vomiting, diarrhea, and dehydration. The first intestinal pathogenic virus in dogs, a coronavirus, was isolated from feces of military dogs in Germany in 1971. Huxer in 1977 described the appearance of numerous outbreaks of gastroenteritis in puppies due to the spread of a new dog virus, the parvovirus. This event aroused the interest in these pathogens, and from 1978, research intensified up to the present day. So the main intestinal pathogens of the dog are parvovirus type 1, type 2, canine coronavirus, and other viruses that do not are purely enteric tropism, but which can determine intestinal signs, such as the distemper virus, then the type 1 adenovirus. In recent years, other viruses have been reported, causing gastroenteritis in dogs that have the ability to transmit to humans, such as the rotavirus and the norovirus. Among all pathogenic microorganisms, viruses are the most variable because they can undergo two phenomena of genetic evolution. mutation and recombinations. The accumulation over time of points mutation and recombinant event can lead to the birth of a new genotype, which we call variants, new biotypes, and new pathotypes that have a different genomic and biological characteristics, such as a different virulence, different tissue tropism, a different spectrum of hosts, which is the basis of the phenomenon of spillover, or more commonly the jump of species, or host jump. Canine parvovirus is a single chain DNA virus which has only recently been included in a single virus species, carnivorous protoparvovirus type 1, along with feline panleukopenia virus, raccoon parvovirus, and mink enteritis virus. One of the parvovirus characteristics is that it does not have enzymes necessary for viral replication. Therefore, we must necessarily use the replicative enzymes of host cell by infecting cells in active replication, which in the fetus are represented by the cells of the myocardium, where it determined an acute fatal myocarditis. In young non-immunized subjects, these cells are represented by lymphocytes, leukocyte precursors, and enterocytes, leading to lymphopenia, leukopenia, and mucohemorrhagic gastroenteritis. The evolution of canine parvovirus type 2 is among the most documented in the literature, and took place thanks to the mutation of a nucleotide sequence of the VP2 protein, which is the main component of the viral capsid. These mutations have led over time to the appearance of new variants. In 1977, the original type 2 CPV strain appeared following a mutation in a feline parvovirus that adapted to the dog. In the early 1980s, other studies demonstrated the replacement of the original strain with a new variant called CPV2A. And in 1984, the CPV2B strain appeared. Finally, in 2000 here, a new variant called CPV2C was identified in Italy. To date, the circulation of all three variants has been documented in Italy. In recent years, other antigenic variants have been identified, but not yet have a clear taxonomic designation. Among these, there is a strain originated in the Asian continent, whose introduction into Italy took place through the import of a dog from Thailand, and subsequently spread to domestic and wild canids in Italy. Coronavirus in dogs is a pathogen with a typical enteric tropism. It is a single-chain RNA virus, and together with the feline coronavirus, the porcine coronaviruses have been included in the single viral species, alpha coronavirus 1. In general, all coronaviruses have a high capacity for genetic evolution by generating new variants, especially if they have at their disposal a large number of hosts within which does the phenomena of mutation and recombination occur. This is what we are observing in this particular historical period. Currently, two genotypes are known in dogs, coronavirus type 1 and coronavirus type 2. Genotype 2 is in turn divided into subtypes, QA, which includes pantropic stems, and 2B, which includes stems recombined with porcine coronavirus. In most cases, the coronavirus in dogs causes mild gastrointestinal signs, but in 1912 in Italy, the circulation of highly pathogenic pantropic stems emerged. This, especially in case of co-infection with other enteric viruses, as a very frequent occurrence, can cause pancytopenia, with an increase in mortality in infected subjects. Canine norovirus possesses a single-strained RNA genome and is part of a classified viral family. Noroviruses possess a high genetic variability, so much so that their classification is constantly evolving. To date, on the basis of the sequence of VP1 protein, 7 genogroups are known, from G1 to G7, and 40 genotypic clusters on the basis of the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase sequences. The first cases of canine norovirus infection was reported in Italy in 2007. The first case was reported in a 2-month-old puppy dog. Since then, there were only occasional reports in Europe, America, and Asia. From several studies carried out, the prevalence of canine norovirus infections varies from 2.1% to 40%, but the infections are asymptomatic or paucisymptomatic. Therefore, to date, the pathogenic role of noroviruses in dogs is not yet clear. Many authors have wondered if actually the circulation of a norovirus in an animal population, such as the canine one, could represent a real problem. Noroviruses are capable of being transmitted not only between individuals of the same species, but between individuals of different species. And as we can see, the different genogroups have a different but ever-changing spectrum of hosts. In particular, in humans, the noroviruses belonging to the second genogroup caused 685 million symptomatic infections worldwide every year, of which 200 million in children, and unfortunately 50,000 are fatal. As for the noroviruses belonging to the fourth genogroup, these have been isolated in humans, dogs, and felines, and the possible transmission of the virus between these species was first hypothesized and then demonstrated. In 1983, following an outbreak of gastroenteritis in a nursing home for the elderly, the role of dogs as zoonotic vectors was hypothesized. Only recently, in 2012, the first studies were carried out and capsid sequences of human norovirus were detected in domestic dogs that come into close contact with their owners suffering from gastroenteritis. Different serological investigations detected antibodies against canine norovirus in human sera, and on the contrary, human antibodies in dog sera. The same study in 2015 demonstrated that the transmission of the virus can occur between dogs and humans and vice versa, as the noroviruses of the fourth genogroup share the same entrance doors. In example, the entry into target organ cells is mediated by the same histosanguine group antigens, HBGA. These studies therefore demonstrated the circulation of noroviruses between humans and canines, raising considerable public health concern due to the close social interaction between humans and their pets. Canine rotaviruses has also zoonotic potential. In adult dog, high serological positivity has been documented against a few reports of symptomatic forms. So, canine rotavirosis is a clinically insignificant disease. However, strains of canine origin have been isolated in humans, and several studies confirmed their possible interspecific transmissions, and the risks in particular for children in close contact with infected puppies and for the most sick patients. In fact, the World Health Organization has estimated that group A rotaviruses cause 100 million infections in humans every year, 2 million hospitalizations, and 6,000 deaths, especially in children under 5 years of age. For the canine distemper virus and the canine adenovirus type 1, they are two viral agents that cause well-defined diseases such as distemper and canine infectious hepatitis that are now rarely reported thanks to vaccination. They are not viruses with a typical enteric tropism, but they can determine, especially in the first phase of the disease, common gastrointestinal signs. So it is good that they enter in a differential diagnosis anyway. So the aims of the present study were to identify the main viral agents causing infectious gastroenteritis in Sicilian dogs, while identifying their variants. Another aim was to assess the immune status of infected subjects. And the final aim was to highlight any critical issues and assess the risks for veterinary and public health, given the potential zoonotic impact of some viral agents with enteric tropism. It was possible to pursue these objectives by applying molecular biology techniques. The study was conducted from November 2020 and to May 2021. The animals enrolled were 22 dogs who arrived at the clinic with the signs of acute gastroenteritis. All dogs were young in age, ranging from 2 to 7 months. No dog had been subjected to a correct vaccination. In 15 dogs, upon admission to the clinic, rapid immunochromatographic tests were performed for the detection of parvovirus and Giardia duodenalis antigens. Of course, the patients were followed up clinically, so the most serious subjects were hospitalized and monitored daily, including through laboratory tests. For the purposes of the study, a data collection form was compiled for each subject, which we can see summarized in the table, and whole blood, serum, and rectal swabs were collected. The samples were then delivered to the Virological Diagnostic Area of the Zooprophylactic Institute for laboratory tests. Molecular tests were performed on whole rectal swabs to detect the presence of the viruses. We used a multi-target approach to identify not only the single infections, but also infections by multiple viruses in the same subject. The polymerase chain reaction, PCR, was performed for the identification of DNA viruses, while for the identification of viruses with RNA genome, the real-time polymerase chain reaction was performed. Of the 22 swabs analyzed, all result positive for canine parvovirus type 2, with a positive rate of 100%. No swabs were positive for canine adenovirus. 12 were positive for canine coronavirus, with a rate of positivity of 54.4%. 3 were positive for canine norovirus and 0 for distemper virus and rotavirus. Out of 20 positive dogs, 13 had a mixed infection, of which 10 had parvovirus and coronavirus co-infection, 2 parvovirus and norovirus co-infection, and 1 dog had a triple co-infection, parvovirus, coronavirus, and norovirus. For each single virus identified, we then carry out the tests with the restriction, enzymes, and the sequencing of the amino acid and the profile to identify the strains circulating in the Sicilian area. We then classified these strains within the phylogenetic tree by comparing them with those identified by other authors in previous studies. From the sequencing of the 22 canine parvovirus type 2, it emerged that 6 strains belonged to variant 2B, with an amino acid pattern common to other strains previously detected in Italy, and 16 strains belonged to variant 2C. And as we can see from the table, all strains showed a specific mutation of the VP2 gene sequence, common to strains of Asian origin. We can see the strain from Thailand circled in red, and the mutations of VP2 gene, and below the collected strains in this study, showing the same mutation. The phylogenetic analysis confirmed the segregation of the analyzed strain in 2 separate clusters, which include on the one side the 2B strains circulating in Italy, and on the other one side the 2C strains of Asian origin, which are phylogenetically separated from those reported so far in Europe. Sequencing of the 12 coronaviruses, canine coronaviruses, revealed that 11 strains belonged to the first genotype, and only 1 strain was found to belong to the second genotype. For the latter genotype, it was not possible to establish whether it was a highly pathogenic pantropic strain, as it would have been necessary to carry out an anatomopathological examination with organ and tissue removal, but the dog in question, Billy, survived the illness. Phylogenetic analysis confirmed the segregation of the strains of coronaviruses in 2 separate clusters. The sequencing of the 3 canine noroviruses allowed us to identify 2 strains belonging to the 4th genogroup, which is the same one that can infect the human species, and 1 strain belonging to the 6th genogroup. Phylogenetic analysis confirmed the segregation of the strains in the 2 separate clusters. And this is Loki, is a dog with parvovirus and norovirus co-infection. The results of the molecular tests have been summarized in the table. The table below, we can report the positivity and mortality rates. The latter was entered for information, as the purpose of the study was not to analyze the correlation between infection and animal survival. We can see that the high frequency of a mixed infections. Another important fact is that we did not detect any cases of simple coronavirus or norovirus infection, but all were co-infected with the parvovirus. The evaluation of the immunostatus of the infected subjects was carried out by means of serological tests. The hemagglutination inhibition test was performed for the detection of antibodies to canine parvovirus type 2 and showed variable titrations, with one exception: in all dogs with an antibody titer lower than or equal to 1 in 3020, the disease had the fatal outcome, while in dogs with an antibody titer the greater than or equal to 1 in 2560, the disease hesitated to recovery. The seroneutralization test for the detection of antibodies to the distemper virus gave negative results, while canine adenovirus gave positive results in 5 subjects, with a title ranging between 1 in 64 and to 1 in 128. So we can conclude stating that thanks to the application of molecular biology techniques, it has been possible to identify type 2 parvovirus as the main cause of viral gastroenteritis in Sicilian dogs. In particular, the Asian variant 2C, which in 2018 was reported only episodically, while our data highlighted its wide diffusion in the Sicilian territory, providing an update of the regional and the national epidemiological map. The high prevalence of CPV could be due to the high rate of straying dogs in this area, and therefore to the low immunization rate of the canine population, where the virus is free to circulate, mutate, and recombine. This, of course, represents a major animal health problem, since parvovirus frequently determines the appearance of epidemic outbreaks with high morbidity and mortality rates, especially in young dogs. Thanks to the application of a multi-target approach, it was possible to identify the presence of mixed infections that are correlated to an increase in mortality and morbidity. This is the case, for example, of a possible highly pathogenic pantropic coronavirus infection, already described in the literature. Finally, we documented the fourth genogroup canine norovirus infection in 2 dogs, which represent a public health risk as it is capable of transmitting to humans. Although our sample is limited, from the data obtained in this study, we believe that it is necessary for the protection of animals and public health to carry out a careful monitoring over time of the circulation of parvovirus and coronavirus in the canine population. And it is necessary to not underestimate the circulation of coronaviruses. Moreover, it is necessary to implement the surveillance activity on the current spread of noroviruses in animal reservoirs, and to insert canine norovirus in the diagnostic algorithm of dog enteric virus screening, in particular for those dogs that live in close contact with children and sick people. Finally, we believe that a regular stray dog population control should be carried out by the animal health authorities in collaboration with the public health authorities, according to a One Health approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simona, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so as our next presenter is Dr. Ashik Babu, but he just informed us that he cannot able to join us today. So I would request Dr. Paola Antonioli from Ferrara University Hospital, Italy, to present her presentation. Hello, Dr. Paola.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, then. Thank you. So I'm going to make you the presenter. Yes. Please share your screen with us. Yes, we can able to see your presentation. Yes, you can make it a full screen and start your presentation. Yeah, perfect. Please continue.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the scientific and organizational committee for this very interesting initiative. I am Paola Antonioli. I am medical doctor, specialist in hygiene and organization of hospital services and in epidemiology and public health. From 2006, I'm the director of Department of Hospital Hygiene and Healthcare Associated Infection Risk Management. This is the agenda of my presentation, and now I want to present the province of Ferrara in Emilia-Romagna region, Italy. Population is about 344,000 inhabitants, 3 health districts, 8 houses of health, hospital assistance by intensity of care, high intensity, 1 hospital hub for all province, and is the Ferrara University Hospital, medium intensity, 3 spoke hospitals, and a low intensity represented by 2 accredited private hospitals for acute care, post-acute and long-term care, 1 community hospital, 2 hospices, some residential center for elderly, and some home for health and social assistance. And now some features about Ferrara University Hospital. It's a highly multi-specialist and highly specialized hospital which integrates university in the fields of assistance, research and teaching. Opened in 2012, it's a highly specialized reference structure for the provincial healthcare system and for the management of acute pathologies. It provides for an organization by distinct functions, wards, ambulatories, day hospital, the laboratory, and radiology services, operating rooms, also based on integrated operating platform. The data are referring to the year 2019. The hospital has an endowment of 670 ordinary hospital beds, 28 of intensive care, 21 of day hospital, 30 of day surgery, and an important diagnostic equipment. The facility has 23 operating theaters, of which 4 in the surgery operative block and 1 in the delivery block. There are also 139 ambulatories. Every year we performed 2.2 million of outpatient services, more than 27,000 of ordinary hospitalizations, and more than 6,000 of hospitalization in the hospital day surgery. The workforce is made up of 2,007 units, partly hospital dependent and partly university dependent, including fellows and research staff. It's a seat of attendance to degree courses of the Faculty of Medicine, Pharmacy, etc. of University of Ferrara. The care units and the didactic pole present in the hospital are attended by over 450 doctors in specialist training, enrolled in the 33 health specialization schools. The welfare activities are distributed in complex structure and simple departmental structures, aggregated in 9 departments, which with the integrated assistance with university. The main surgical specialties and as well as the main medical specialties are present. There is also an intensive area which includes the intensive care for adults, the neonatal and pediatric intensive care, the coronary intensive care unit, and the stroke unit. We have an emergency department of third level, which is the provincial reference center for the treatment of complex clinical conditions and serious trauma and specialized emergency services, emergency outpatient clinics that deal with treating patients with specific pathologies. There is a helipad that allows the landing and the restarting of emergency air ambulance. In emergency, we have more than 93,000 access per year. As regards the organizational area, the Ferrara University Hospital operates on the basis of diagnostic therapeutic pathways integrated with the provincial facilities on evidence-based medicine, clinical governance, and management of risk and safety of care. The development of research and teaching activities is significant. Since 2020, the hospital has been the provincial reference for the management of acute COVID positive patients with the definition of dedicated and separated internal pathways and the activation of the COVID laboratory. In collaboration with the other provincial healthcare facilities, a diversified offer network of hospitalization and reception setting was created, including the activation of a COVID hotel. This is the trend of positive SARS-CoV-2 cases in the province of Ferrara in 2020, and the point prevalence survey was conducted during the second pandemic wave. This is our pandemic plan for beds. We made conversion, increasing and decreasing of units, subunits, and beds during COVID pandemic wave 2020 and 21, until to get to a total of 28 beds of ICU, 131 beds of medicine and pneumology, and 24 beds of infectious disease. And we open a COVID-free ICU with 9 beds at the recovery room of the day surgery operative block. Another thing important is that in 2020 there was a drastic decrease of access in emergency of 27,700 of people, and so there was a lot of people that was treated for their problems in this period with an increase of their gravity. But it's time to talk about the point prevalence survey of healthcare associated infection and antimicrobial use. Healthcare associated infections represent the most frequent adverse event in the healthcare process worldwide, represent one of the leading issues to patient safety and as well as a significant economic burden. Similarly, antimicrobial use and resistance represent a growing threat to global public health and the sustainability of healthcare services. The European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, ECDC, considers HIA and antibiotic resistance closely related to their consumption as public risk rather than a specific intervention. In order to be able to estimate the overall impact in Europe, ECDC has proposed a standardized methodology for the prevalence studies in order to allow the comparison of the data collected in the different hospitals. The goals of the study are estimate the prevalence of infection and the use of antibiotics in Ferrari University Hospital, identify possible risk factors and critical issues to plan improvement intervention and ad hoc, targeted on specific problems, and provide a standardized tool for the study of this phenomena, disseminate the results. This is the data collection form, the ECDC 2016-2017. The ECDC questionnaire form was filled in for each patient, included containing personal data, date and word of admission, presence of risk factors such as invasive devices, surgical interventions, clinical severity at admission according to McCabe score, positivity to SARS-CoV-2 in 2020, and data on any systemic antibiotic treatments or the presence of an HIA. The University Hospital of Ferrara has participated in this surveillance network since 2011. Every 2 years, a timely prevalence survey of HIA and antimicrobial use is conducted in all our hospital wards, acute, physical rehab, and post-acute long-term care wards. Patients hospitalized in the ward at 8 a.m. on the day of the survey were included, and were excluded the patient in discharge or in transfer in other units scheduled during the day during the day. This is the study protocol of ACDC that we used. Data collection was made between 1 and 11 of December 2020 in hospital care units, and the survey carried out by trained and independent investigator in collaboration with the staff of the department. In this period, the inpatient was divided into cohorts, COVID-free and COVID-positive, with 84.2% of COVID-free and 7.3% of COVID, and physical rehabilitation 13.8%, and post-acute orthogeriatric long-term care 2%, for a total of 527 patients included in the study. For internal organizational reason, 46 inpatients in 2 COVID-positive area of medicine were not investigated due to technical intervention. But 40% of these were excluded by the criteria of the study. Some results. Of the 1,629 patients surveyed in 3 years of point prevalence survey, 21, 12.3%, had at least one active HAI, 10% in 2016, 11% in 2018 and 16.1% in 2020. In 2020, the prevalence rate of HIA increased compared to previous years in total and in percent value in all macro areas of and wards, acute, physical rehabilitation, and post-acute long-term care. In particular, stands out the increase in ICU involved in the management of COVID patients. This is the trend in the 3 years of prevalence rate percent, and the independent, we can see the impact of in COVID patients in medicine of 9.5% and ICU COVID positive 29.5%. These are the independent risk factor statistically significant that we try in our study. The independent risk factors for the development of an HAI were assessed by with a multivariate logistic regression analysis, also including the data collected in the 2016 and 2018 prevalence studies in our hospital. The significance of the data is calculated using a p-value, significant data if p less than 0.05. The multivariate analysis of the data was carried out to estimate the increase in risk measured by odds ratio and the respective 95% confidence interval. Factors independently associated with the increased HAI risk were length of stay, more than 6 days, presence of medical device, invasive ventilation, central venous catheter, peripheral venous catheter, and urinary catheter, and the severity of hospitalized patient measured with the McCabe score, the classification of severity of the patient's underlying clinical conditions, that shows over the years a progressive increase in hospitalized patients of high complexity and severity, fatal and rapidly fatal disease. The most frequent site of infection during the 3 years. The most types of HAI were bloodstream infections, urinary tract infection, gastrointestinal tract infection, and pneumonia. Hospitals markedly affected by COVID-19 saw an increase in the incidence of BSI associated with the central line. Providing hospital assistance to patients with COVID-19 has requested many operational adjustments, for example, high-level individual protection devices, isolation rooms, or management in courting, respiratory support, and intensive care. Did this influence the incidence of nosocomial infections? Many previously development hospital practices to limit the risk of BSI have probably been compromised by the operational changes made necessary by the pandemic. In particular, the increase of BSI due to fungi, Candid species, can be a consequence of strong exposure to broad-spectrum antibiotics and immunomodulators, including desamethasone, which requires further investigation. Furthermore, during the reorganization of ICU forced by the COVID-19 emergency, attention to traditional infection control measures may have been reduced. Although the evidence on the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on nosocomial infection is still limited and mixed. In the ICU, an increase in incidence of a patient with HIA, in particular related to the use of medical devices, mainly in COVID-19 patients. A greater susceptibility of this patient with devices-related infection has been hypothesized, but further studies are needed. Patients hospitalized in 2020 were positively associated with the onset of both HAI and HAI medical devices related. In particular, pneumonia associated with invasive ventilation and urinary tract infection related to catheter. The use of antibiotics. Over the 3 years, 721 patients, 44.3% were on at least one systemic, were treated with at least one systemic antibiotic. In first place, the use of antibiotics in the intensive care units, and the most used ATC classes are penicillin combination, including beta-lactamase inhibitors, third generation cephalosporins, and antibiotic glycopeptides. The reason of the use of antibiotic for 84.7% for therapy, to treat a community infection, HAI infection, healthcare associated infection, and acquired infection in other care settings. The other part for prophylaxis, strange medical prophylaxis, and surgical prophylaxis. Something about antibiotic resistance. The antimicrobial resistance to third generation of cephalosporins was observed in about 60% of Enterobacteriaceae. Our conclusion. Healthcare associated infection and multi-drug resistant antimicrobial resistant present major threats to health system and patient safety. The risk of healthcare associated infections increases significantly with the increasing length of stay and following exposure to invasive devices. The protocol provided by the ECDC a useful standardized tool for surveillance and monitoring over time. The results of this study reinforce the concern about the risk posed by HAI and antibiotic resistance to health system and indicate the critical issue of which to act for prevention. Prevalence studies are a useful tool to monitoring the progress of this phenomena over time. Since 2018, we are using lean healthcare management, which has also provided to be an ally in the management of infectious disease, helping to provide simple tools that contribute to effective improvement action in controlling and minimizing their impact for identify the problems, describe the current status as is, identify errors, risks, and causes, define the to-be solutions, apply solutions, solve the problem, consolidate, standardize, and trigger continuous improvement. Limits of the study. The results are not generalizable to smaller hospitals. Few data on SARS-CoV-2 positive patients, limited data on antibiotic resistance, and lack of data on prognosis and mortality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Paola, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions?
Oh,
No questions from anyone. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation. So, yes. So our next presenter is Dr. Noah Eliakim Raz from Tel Aviv University, Israel. Hello, Dr.
Yes.
Noah. Are you ready with the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
But
You are the presenter now.
can you
Please share
put
your
up the
screen with us.
presentation?
Yeah, will you not share your screen?
I was told you will share the presentation, please.
Okay, then. Please allow me a moment then.
Yes, thank you.
So I will share my screen now.
Great. Can you see me?
Yes. Yeah. Is it visible? My screen is visible to you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect then. Yes.
Thank
Can you
you.
able to see the
Yes,
presentation?
I can
Yes.
see it.
You can just
Okay.
let me know when I have to change the slide.
Yes, I will just say next. Thank you very much. So my name is Noah, and I'm a physician. I'm infectious disease specialist from Israel, and I will talk about the third dose of the Pfizer vaccine in older adults, 60 years or older, and about the antibody response. Next, please. So next slide, please. Yes, can you move on? Thank you. So Israel was one of the, actually was the first country to give the third vaccine dose of the Pfizer vaccine. And since it was the first country to do this, we had to explore what goes on in different populations after this booster vaccine. We know old age and fragility are the strongest predictors of mortality from COVID-19. And we also know that in this population, there is a immunosense and a primary vaccine response are at lesser rates than younger population. And therefore, and we also saw in clinical practice and later on in trials that the mRNA vaccine in Israel we had the Pfizer vaccine, but we know it now from research it's the mRNA vaccines. They're no different, and they showed a lower antigen binding IgG and a neutralizing response in older adults. So we learned that waning of immunity is falling faster in these populations after the second dose of vaccine, and we wanted to see what goes the antigen response after the third vaccine. Next slide, please. Can you see the slides? Okay. So I'm on the third slide because I see the first one again. I don't know what everyone else sees, but I'll just go on. So yeah, next. Next slide, please. Okay, so we saw that the third literature came out before Israel did the third vaccine. there was literature about kidney transplants and solid organ transplant, that the third dose of Moderna vaccine induced seropositivity in 50% of kidney transplants that did not respond at all after the second vaccine dose. So this was the first encouraging evidence, and then following the fourth wave here, which was at the end of July, a third vaccine dose for individuals above 60 years old was actually authorized, and quickly after it was generalized to the younger age groups. But the first group to authorize was the older people that were at risk for severe COVID. And the aim of our study was to evaluate rates of anti-spike antibody response after the third vaccine in this older population. Next, please. So our study design, if you could move another slide, was we followed the initial, can you move to the next slide, please? What we did is we actually, in our Rabin Medical Center, my hospital, we offered this dose to workers and their family members that were 60 years and old and older. And we had 130 people assessed for eligibility. 30 of them were excluded on active malignancy, or just 28 that didn't want to participate. So we had 101 participant eligible, and they were blood was taken from them before the third dose of vaccine, and then 2 weeks after the third dose. And we wanted to see what happens to the antibody response. So I'm in the fourth slide. I don't know, I see the first one, but I'm on the fourth slide now. So the study was conducted in August, and pretty quickly we had 101 people assessed. And what you can see in the results, and fifth slide, please. They were published just now in JAMA newspaper. We had the patients group median age was 70 years. 61% of them were women, and before the third dose, 97% were seropositive. That's pretty high, I have to say. The median titer level increased by 50 times before and after the third dose. The level was median of 440, and it increased to 25,468 after 2 weeks after the third dose. And all participants became seropositive. And you can see here table 1, which just shows exactly what I just, next slide, which shows exactly what I just said. So we saw a rise of 50-folds from before and after the third dose, which was very encouraging. And if you compare this to the levels of IgG titers 2 weeks after the second dose of the same vaccine, our levels were 3.5 higher than after the second dose. We did not see a correlation between age and IgG titers. All ages were actually responded the same, and there was no higher IgG titers in all variables. We tried to see if there was a difference between age, sex, and comorbidities, and actually all groups responded the same. 2 weeks after, there were no major adverse events. They were all the same as after the second dose of vaccine. And so what we concluded is that the third dose was safe. There was no major adverse events in older adults. and there was a very great, significantly increasing IgG titers. What we thought that maybe this would encourage to study a lower dose of a third vaccine, like is studied now in young children, and that would actually allow more vaccines available to worldwide, which is a big problem as we see it. What we're doing now is actually we're studying now. We're 3 months after the third vaccine, and what we're doing now is studying how the levels are reacting now. And we did not publish it yet, but we see this group of 100 people 3 months after with very high levels of IgG titers and neutralizing antibodies, and we're just now seeing these results in our lab. The limitations of our study is that there is a small sample size, a very short follow-up. It's only 3 months now, and it will be very interesting to study when the titers are going down. And we know already there is very good correlation between IgG titers and neutralizing antibodies and protection. And we're trying to predict when we will go to a level that is under, which there's no longer protection, but still 3 months after we see very high levels. We do think it's interesting to check cellular immunity testing, but this is very difficult to do, at least here in Israel. So what we're doing now is really neutralizing antibodies, which we know they correlate. That's it, and I really want to thank the clinical microbiology laboratory here in this hospital. Thank you.
Your present. Thank you, Dr. Noah, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Dr. Vinita Mittal from Dr. RMLIMS, Lucknow, India. Hello, Dr. Vinita. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes. Please
Yes.
make me co-presenter.
Yes, we can able to see your screen. Yeah, you can continue with your talk.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we cannot able to see. Can you please share your screen?
And I couldn't.
Yes, you will get a pop-up on your screen. Can you please see?
Upload.
Accessibility. One second, please.
You.
Please.
Yes, can I know what is the problem, Dr. Vinita?
Yeah. One second. I'm trying.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, Dr. Vinita. Hello. We have your presentation. Shall we share our screen?
Unable to join the meeting. क्या हो रहा है ये? क्या कर दिया? मैं तो क्या बेटा, उन्होंने तो क्या उन्हीं के मतलब बड़ा कुछ. क्या हो गया ये?
Hello, Dr. Vinita.
Please, can you share my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can do that for you.
Please.
Okay.
Please do it full screen.
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Is it okay?
Sorry for the interruption. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, organizers. Next slide, please. There is no conflict of interest in my presentation. Next slide. These are the points in my presentations. Next slide. Leptospirosis. It is a most common zoonotic disease. It is caused by the spirochete Leptospira. In 1885, Adolf Welf described it with clinical hallmark of splenomegaly, jaundice, and nephritis. So it is known as Wells disease. Next, please. Leptospira is derived from a Greek word leptos, that means thin, and Latin word spira, that means coiled. It can live both in animal and free in the environment. So it is pathogenic as well as saprophytic. Around 250 serovars from 20 species cause disease in humans as well as in animals. Next slide. Rodents are the most common reservoir for leptospirosis infection. After that, dogs, wild animal, domesticated animals, caged game animals. Leptospira are excreted in animal urine because this bacteria reside in the renal tubules of the animals. Next, please. There are three modes of transmission of Leptospira: direct contact with the urine of tissue of the infected animal, or through skin abrasion or intact mucous membrane, or by the indirect contact with the broken skin, with infected urine, soil, water, or vegetation. Sometimes by the ingestion of contaminated food and water also, and rarely it can also cause by the inhalation of droplets of the infected urine. But one thing is clear, direct human-to-human infection is uncommon. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There are many risk groups for leptospirosis. Young male adults, these are the most common risk factor. Then environmental drivers, it is common in the tropical and subtropical climate. High rainfall and flooding increases this risk. In India, the disease has been found more commonly associated during post-monsoon period. And in flood, it may assume epidemic potential. Risk is increased in poor sanitization, that is, if there is unplanned urbanization, especially in developing countries, then this risk is more. Next, please. Besides this, occupational exposure like farmers, sewage workers, veterinarian, lab staff, fishermen, and recreational activities like swimming, sailing, marathon runners, gardening, and household exposure like pet dogs, domesticated livestock, rainwater catchment system, and infected rodents. These can increase the risk of leptospira in human beings. Next. Leptospirosis typically occur in the temporal climate during the late summer or early fall in Western countries and the rainy season in the tropics such as Southeast Asia. The incidence in the tropic is almost 10 times more than the temporal climates. It can present both as epidemic and endemic disease. Next. The recent estimated worldwide incidence of leptospirosis is approximately 1 million cases with around 60,000 associated deaths. So around 10% mortality is there in this from this disease. In most countries, in developed countries also, in spite of an important public health problem, exact prevalence of the disease is not known due to the underreporting and underdiagnosis of the disease. Next, please. If you see here, there are less cases in the white zone and more cases in the red zone area of the world. And this is also shows the studies wise. There are hardly few studies in the India region. Next, please. If we see the Indian perspective, outbreak of leptospirosis have been increasing in India for the past 3 decades. It is especially rampant in southern, central, eastern, and western India, where heavy monsoon, animal rearing practice, unplanned urbanization, and agrarian way of life predisposed to this infection. In North India, from last decade, there was sustained rise of cases from 7% to 24% reported in studies. Next. Like in the India, southern area of the India like Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Andaman Nicobar. These are the most prevalent area. Most incidents are found in this area. After that, Rajasthan, Odisha, and Bengal, West Bengal, they also have some cases. But in North India, especially Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Haryana, there are very few studies reported there. Next, please. Sethi et al. In 2010 reported some cases from the North India, from the Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Chandigarh, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh, and some from Bihar. Next. North India, especially in North India, it is underreported disease. In spite of existence of similar environmental risk factor, as I said earlier, all risk factors are also prevalent in North India, but it is underreported and underdiagnosed due to lack of awareness of the disease. Symptoms mimic many other disease process, lack of appropriate laboratory diagnostic facility in most parts. Next. If you see the risk factors, street dogs like pet dogs in the homes, rodents in the house, they all are prevalent in the states of the North India also. Next, please. In rainy season, children are enjoying to play with barefoot in rainy water. so chances of getting leptospirosis is increasing in these children. And beside this flood problem in the state of North India, like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, it is very prevalent in the monsoon season. Next, please. And there is unplanned urbanization also in these states of North India also. Next, please. This is our study. Which was accepted in the Indian Journal of Medical Research, which is a prestigious journal of in our country. We are taking 143 serum and urine sample from the patient with acute febrile illness. All the serum sample were tested for leptospira by rapid IgM antibody card and IgM ELISA and urine sample. And IgM and urine sample were tested by the real-time PCR to detect leptospira DNA. Then all positive and 10% negative serum from ELISA and real-time PCR were sent to the Regional Medical Research Center at Port Blair, which is a National Leptospirosis Center of the India, for microscopic agglutination test, which is not feasible everywhere. Next, please. And in the result, we were found 26.6% leptospirosis by either of any test. In MET, the most common serovar was Lay, followed by Hebdomedis, Bankina, and Pomora. So we concluded that leptospirosis was found to be one of the important causes of acute febrile illness in central and eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. So it is necessary to increase awareness in the clinician and laboratory physicians also. Next. Leptospira clinical presentation is anicteric phase and icteric. Incubation period is average 5 to 14 days, and 90% of cases are anicteric, that is without jaundice. They are a mild case and less than 2% mortality occur in this case. But in icteric cases, the severe presentation and 15% mortality is there, but it is rare case. 10% cases are there. Next. Then anicteric presentation or icteric presentation is divided into two phases. Basically, leptospirosis is biphasic disease. So first initial phase, that is leptospiremic phase or septicemic phase. It has fever, myalgia, severe headache, conjunctival suffusion or abdominal pain, epistaxis also. But subsequently, next week, immune phase, that is leptospiric phase develop, and it has all the severe symptoms like meninges, meningitis, and other renal involvement, extra. Next, please. Icteric leptospirosis has jaundice, which is occur in 4 to 6 days. In this case, serum bilirubin markedly increase, SGOT, SGPD mild elevated, and hepatocellular necrosis, intrahepatic cholestasis occur by the liver involvement. Beside this, fever, myalgia, headache, conjunctival suffusion, acute renal failure manifest as oliguria, anuria, or proteinuria, or nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or abdominal pain, hypertension, circulatory collapse. All other symptoms can be seen in the icteric leptospirosis. But one thing is clear. Mortality is not due to liver involvement. Only liver involvement is not causes death. If it is added with renal involvement or pulmonary involvement, then it is causes mortality. Next, please. The most in the severe leptospirosis, most severe form is Bell's disease, which is hepatorenal syndrome. In this, liver involvement, renal involvement, in the case of acute tubular necrosis and interstitial nephritis, pulmonary involvement, in the case of pulmonary alveolar hemorrhage, CVS involvement, CNS involvement like meningitis, skin involvement, maculopapular erythematous, skin eruptions. These are present in the severe leptospirosis. And in pregnancy, it is also causes severe leptospirosis because it has a bad prognosis. It can cause stillbirth also. Next. So prognosis and mortality is due to bleeding disorder, pulmonary disorder, CNS disorder, cardiac or renal involvement. Next, please. Now, the pathogenesis of severe disease. Leptospira causes damage to small blood vessel, which causes vasculitis. This vasculitis leads to direct cytotoxic injury or immunological injury. Or it can cause massive migration of fluid from the intravascular to interstitial compartment, lead to renal dysfunction or vascular injury to internal organs. Next, please. This is a study. In this case, in the mild, if there is mild leptospirosis, then hemostasis is maintained because there is rapid clearance of bacteria from the blood. So there has no other symptoms. There is a mild symptoms or no organ damage occur in this case. But if it is severe leptospirosis, then cytokines sustained and it can impair the clearance of the bacteria from the blood. So multiplication of bacteria occur there and it can goes to other organ system and damage the organs. So uncontrolled cytokine production can result in the cytokine storm process followed by a state of immunoparalysis which can lead to sepsis and associated organ failure. Next, please. Next, please. Differential diagnosis, as I stated before, there is a other disease also which mimic the leptospirosis, like malaria, enteric fever, dengue, chikungunya, dengue, hantavirus infection, viral hepatitis, influenza or rickettsial disease also. These all disease can cause acute febrile illness, and these disease symptoms of these disease can mimic the leptospirosis symptom. Next, please. Lab diagnosis of leptospirosis. There are two case definition. Case definition by the suspected case or confirmed case. We can suspect leptospirosis by high indexes of suspicion for leptospirosis based either on sign and symptoms or an occupational, recreational or vocational exposure to animals or environment contaminated with animal urine. And confirmed case only by the lab diagnosis by any method. Next. This is a modified FAIN criteria. WHO in 1982 gave the FAIN criteria. In this, there are three parameters: clinical, epidemiological, and bacteriological lab parameters. Next, after that, S.S. Kumar of India, it modified this FAIN criteria and it added in the Indian guidelines of leptospirosis in 2013. In this case, they increases some parameters in epidemiological factors and lab finding. They are not changes in the clinical data. And in this case, there is a scoring system in this. And if the part A, that is clinical data and epidemiological factor data, if the scoring is 26 or more, then presumptive diagnosis of leptospirosis is made of. If all three parameters A, B, and C have the more than 25 scoring, then it is also presumptive diagnosis of leptospirosis. But in the case of scoring 20 to 25, then it is known as possible diagnosis of leptospirosis. Next, please. In our study also, we justified this modified FAIN criteria because in our case, we were taking clinical and epidemiological parameters by the scoring system and see the more than 26 scoring in part A and part B, then it is statistically significant. That is, in this case, most of the samples are laboratory confirmed by the leptospirosis. And beside this, bleeding tendency, including subconjunctival hemorrhage, deranged liver function test, albuminuria, they are found statistically significant. Next. Next, please. There is a non-specific test for diagnosis of leptospira, CBC, liver function test, serum urea creatinine, chest X-ray, and ECG. Next, next, please. Here are specific tests which can directly demonstrate the leptospira by the microscopy, by the dark ground microscopy or fluorescent microscopy, by the staining and culture method, by the animal inoculation, or by the PCR, by the molecular method. Indirectly evidence we are using nowadays by the demonstration of antibodies like ELISA, and there are rapid card also, which and serovar specific MET, microscopic agglutination test, which is gold standard for diagnosis of leptospirosis. But it is not feasible everywhere. It has so it can be done only in the reference center. Next, please. This is our study. It was published, and we evaluate TACMAN-based real-time PCR assay targeting LIP32 gene for leptospirosis in serologically positive human urine sample from North India, and we can see. We conclude that this real-time PCR assay is a good high specificity, but if we want to do a molecular method for the diagnosis of leptospirosis from the urine sample, so we can take the sample from the second week of symptoms, which is leptospiric phase. So second week of acute febrile illness is due to leptospira is good, approximately in the second week. Next, please. Treatment by supportive care is there. Antibiotics should be given. Renal replacement therapy if the renal involvement is there. Ventilatory support if the patient is in serious condition. Blood products should be given. Next, please. In antibiotics, if there is mild leptospirosis, doxycycline, amoxicillin, or ampicillin can be given. In moderate or severe leptospirosis, penicillin, ceftriaxone, cefotaxime, so penicillin and cephalosporin should be given, and doxycycline. Chemoprophylaxis basically it is helpful in the laboratory workers or veterinarian, and in this case doxycycline or azithromycin should be given. Next, please. Now the prevention of leptospirosis, which is mainstay of the main management of leptospirosis. Next, please. There are some points which should be managed for the leptospira. First is avoid wading or swimming in flood water. Second is wear protective clothing such as gloves and boots when we go outside. Third, control the rats in the household by using mousetrap or by the rat poison, and maintain the cleanliness in your house. But most important is, next please. Most important is you should vaccinate your pets for leptospirosis. It is necessary. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you once again. Yes. So moving on to our next presenter, it's from and the presenter is Dr. Yana Madala V. Murli Krishna Rao, Lakshmi, Vaidyasala, India. Hello, Doctor. Are you ready with your presentation? Hello, Dr. Murli.
Yeah. Yes.
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I am ready.
Yes, we can able to see your screen. Please start your presentation.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yeah. How to access my
Yeah,
file
are you
and
presenting through your phone?
no? Yeah, it is a tablet.
Yeah, we can able to see. Go to the presentation where you have saved the presentation. You need to go
Yes.
back.
Okay.
Yes. Open the presentation. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can make it a full screen and start your presentation.
Okay. Good evening. Good morning.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Murali Krishna from Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh, India. I'm happy to present my work, mild COVID-19, aspirin, prednisolone, and azithromycin improve outcome. Introduction. COVID-19 has devastated the world like no other disease in recent times. The world has witnessed unprecedented devastation in a short period of time. With hardly any clue and preparation, the world witnessed the coronavirus spread across the globe beginning December 2019. 253 million people were infected by the etiologic agent, novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2, and 5.1 million lives claimed by the disease. No nation is spared, and ravage caused collapse of economies, and the devastation is ongoing. An overwhelming number of patients with the coronavirus infection have burdened healthcare systems globally. The acuteness and rapid deterioration of majority of moderate to severely affected patients caused panic among masses. The only thing of relief is that vast majority of infections are symptomatic and mild. Most of the healthcare facilities could not handle high turnout of patients at many points of the pandemic. Care of all these patients with mild disease in hospitals is neither possible nor warranted. Most patients are given domiciliary treatment. There were several regimens tried and to treat mild COVID-19. Empirical home care regimens consisted of therapeutic agents used in rheumatoid arthritis, HIV, Ebola virus, antiepileptics, antibiotic that's not much used in respiratory tract infection, among others. However, pathophysiology of COVID-19 suggested COVID-19 is an immune dysregulation and heightened inflammatory response and activation of coagulation cascade and bacterial infection, susceptibility to bacterial infection, ICI. These processes manifested as hypoxemia, coagulopathy, and sepsis, leading to debilitation and occasional death of patients. Need for a new home care regimen. As many popular home care regimens have not addressed pathological processes, a new home care regimen was tried. Efficacy of therapeutic agents that may address these problems, namely inflammation, coagulation, and bacterial infection, was assessed in a prospective study. Materials and methods. The study was conducted during 8 weeks of April-May 2021. In this prospective study, two groups of patients with positive rapid antigen test for SARS-CoV-2, mild upper respiratory symptoms, and fever of more than 38 degrees centigrade were enrolled, while both groups were given cetirizine cough expectorant and vitamins B complex, C, D, and zinc supplements. The control group comprised of 60 consecutive patients attending government healthcare facilities from surrounding villages of and city of Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh, India. Control group was included 33 males, 27 females, aged between 21 years and 60 years. The control group patients were taking medicines of home care kit provided by state government. The home care kit consisted of doxycycline 100 mg twice daily for 7 days, ivermectin 12 mg once daily for 5 days, and paracetamol 500 mg thrice daily for 5 days. Asked to check oxygen saturation and temperature twice daily. They are advised to stay in isolation at home for 10 days. The study group comprised of 60 consecutive patients attending a private infectious diseases OPD clinic of Lakshmi Vaidyasala, Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh, India. This group included 38 males and 22 females, aged between 26 years and 57 years. The rationale in selecting the therapeutic agents is based on pathological processes observed in COVID-19. As inflammation of lung parenchyma is the hallmark of coronavirus infection and coagulopathy is a major life-threatening event besides vulnerability to infection, 3 therapeutic agents that could address these problems were included in the study. The study group was given aspirin 150 mg once daily, prednisolone 10 mg twice daily, and azithromycin 250 mg twice daily for 7 days. All the patients were asked to stay in isolation at home for 10 days. Condition of all the group patients from study and control groups was noted virtually on days 5, 10, and 15 after hospital visit. Observations. At the end of 7 days, 59 patients out of 60 of the study group were free from fever and upper respiratory symptoms and maintained oxygen saturation at more than 93%. Tested negative for SARS-CoV-2 RT-PCR on 11th day. One patient needed admission into hospital due to worsening of symptoms and dropping SpO2 to below 90%. While control group, 52 patients out of 60 were free from fever symptoms by 11th day. 8 patients were hospitalized due to worsening of symptoms and falling SpO2 to below 90%. Confidence interval 95%. Odds ratio 9.07. So this shows confidence interval of 95% and odds ratio of 9.07, control group and study group. At the end of 14 days, out of 59 patients from the study group who were free from fever, 7 plus 1 patient earlier hospitalized, patients had cough, weakness, and tiredness. In control group, 30 plus 8 earlier hospitalized patients. Of 52 patients had cough, weakness, and tiredness. Odds ratio 11.22, confidence interval 95%. Conclusions. Essentially, COVID-19 is a hyperinflammatory disease. 1/3 of COVID patients' deaths die due to pulmonary thrombosis. Inflammation led to hypoxemia, The damaged lung parenchyma is vulnerable to bacterial infection. Almost all popular home care regimens consisted of paracetamol, which has got antipyretic and analgesic effects, with the least anti-inflammatory action amongst all NSAIDs. To mitigate possible damage caused by COVID-19, aspirin, prednisolone, and azithromycin were tried. Earlier in February 2021, a retrospective study by Eugene Merzan and others, Tel Aviv, Israel, published in FEBS journal, documented efficacy of aspirin in primary prevention of coronavirus infection. This is the thing. The use of aspirin for primary prevention of cardiovascular disease is associated with lower likelihood of COVID-19 infection. Jonathan H. Chow and others, in a retrospective study, showed that COVID-19 patients who were on aspirin for previous medical conditions or started aspirin on the day of admission to hospital were associated with decreased need for mechanical ventilation, intensive care, and mortality. Anesthesia and Analgesia, April 2021. Aspirin use is associated with decreased mechanical ventilation, intensive care, unit admission, and in-hospital mortality in hospitalized patients with coronavirus disease 2019. Conventionally, we are against the use of aspirin in viral infections due to baseless association of Reyes syndrome with aspirin use. We were conditioned from medical schools that aspirin has no role in viral infections. However, the present study and the earlier studies from Israel and USA prove aspirin is of great help in the dreaded COVID pandemic. It is high time we review our stand on aspirin in viral infections. And to mitigate the possible damage caused by COVID-19, inflammation, coagulation, and bacterial infection, aspirin, prednisolone, and azithromycin were tried. This regimen showed a better outcome than control group, improved outcome in terms of early recovery and symptom-free convalescence is seen in the study group. Large-scale studies are needed to arrive at a consensus to recommend a better domiciliary care to treat mild COVID-19. Thank you. Thank you. This is my biography. I obtained my MBBS and MD from University of Health Sciences, Vijayawada and Andhra Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, India. Worked as an infectious disease consultant with special interest in HIV/AIDS, cared for more than 6,000 patients since year 2000, published abstracts, and advocate two-drug ART in treatment-naive HIV patients and presented to 13th ISHIED Toulon, France, 2004. Suggested a MANTU test as a surrogate prognostic marker in HIV/TB patients at 13th International AIDS Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murali, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. Laura Hallberger from Cambridge Consortium for Rapid COVID-19 Test, USA. Hello, Dr. Laura. Are you ready with your presentation? Hello? Yes, hello, Dr. Laura. We can able to see your screen, but your voice is not audible to us. Hello, Dr. Laura. Am I audible to you?
Able to hear me now?
We can able to hear you.
Yes.
Please start your presentation. We can able to see your screen, but not the PPT. I think something is.
This is the wrong screen as well, so I'm
Yeah.
going to share a different screen for you here.
Okay.
Are you able to see the presentation now?
Yes, perfect. Yes. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation to present the findings of a study that was published earlier this year in JAMA Network Open. And thank you to Dr. Murali for introducing the subject of COVID-19. So in his interesting presentation, I also have a short study whose findings might be of interest to you. I'm speaking on behalf of a network of co-working laboratories in the United States. The consortium that we founded for testing the companies at these co-working laboratories is called the Cambridge Consortium for Rapid COVID Testing. And it's made up of 3 different organizations, and their names are Biolabs, Lab Central, and E25 Bio. The consortium set out in early 2020, early last year, to cope with a lack of testing reagents in the US and globally for RT-PCR tests. And we also sought to help validate a rapid antigen test, a lateral flow assay. This was meant to achieve 2 goals. 1, to validate a novel antigen test, and 2, to achieve widespread surveillance among the member companies at the co-working laboratory spaces across the country. Now, these co-working laboratories have a number of different types of biotechnology companies doing biomedical research and other life science related fields. Since this work is not possible to do from home, the quarantine requirements imposed in the US were problematic for the ongoing operations of these laboratory spaces. It was important for Biolabs and Lab Central to be able to allow their users to continue the work that they were doing in the laboratory spaces without community spread of COVID-19. So we piloted a testing program involving a rapid antigen test that had not received FDA approval, and compared that test to RT-PCR in 3 different sites. The sites were located in Cambridge and Boston, Massachusetts. And you've got a picture on the right here of one of these co-working laboratory spaces where people are working in close proximity to one another, and the potential for community spread of COVID-19 is very real. This program was designed to test at a high frequency the participants in the study, which were made up of members of the co-working laboratory spaces, twice a week with a rapid antigen test. The tests were done by the participants at home with using nasal swab samples. The results of the tests were uploaded with a mobile application to administrators at each one of the co-working locations. If a participant was positive for COVID-19, they will quarantine at home for 14 days. If they are negative for COVID-19 by the rapid antigen test, they would be able to report to work at the co-working labs. Now, when someone becomes positive during their quarantine period, the study followed each individual using 2 separate self-collected nasal swab samples, one of which was used for daily rapid antigen tests, and one of the nasal swab samples, the second nasal swab sample, was used for daily qRT-PCR tests. So we were able to follow each subject's symptoms information along with their rapid antigen result, along with their quantitative RT-PCR result. The basic protocol for the at-home testing and administration of the rapid antigen test is pretty typical of rapid antigen tests. The individual is able to self-administer nasal swab sample, both nostrils, dissolve this sample in a solution, a buffered solution, apply the buffered solution to a lateral flow assay, and then read the results. What's unique about this scheme was that they were done at home with tests that we provided. What's also unique about this scheme is that it allowed users to upload their results for monitoring by administrators at the co-working laboratory locations. And we did this through a mobile application that we developed in cooperation with a electronic medical records company called BioIT. Each participant in the study had login credentials, and a mobile application allowed them to upload the results and answer a symptoms questionnaire twice weekly and daily in the case of an infection. We published these results in an article at the JAMA Network Open Journal. The study population was tested over the time period September 2020 to March 2021. These are unpublished data based on the symptoms information that we collected for the positive participants in this study. You can see that we followed the infections over 12 days, and the majority of the self-reported symptoms occurred early in the infection, but there is quite a wide distribution. The symptoms that we specifically requested information from the participants about were fever, sore throat, fatigue, headaches, aches, breathing problems, diarrhea, loss of taste and smell, cough, nasal symptoms, nausea, and vomiting. Each one of these symptoms was reported by at least one of the participants. In the process of running the study, we validated the antigen test sensitivity and specificity. The table shows the sensitivity of the antigen test on each day of reported symptoms. One of the participants was positive by antigen test and by PCR while they were pre-symptomatic, but all 15 of the infections detected in this study were symptomatic at one point or another, even though many times the symptoms were quite mild. Importantly, the sensitivity of this test, while hovering around 79% overall, was much higher in days 0 through 3 of reported symptoms at 96.2% sensitivity and a confidence interval between 88.8 and 100%, which supports the frequent testing protocol that we implemented in this study. It underscores the need to test people, a population of people between 0 and 3 days with these less sensitive tests. And of course, the sensitivity of the test was compared to PCR. We followed each of the 15 positive participants' infections over an up to a 12-day period. And the trend of the antigen test results shown in orange follows nicely the QRT-PCR results shown in blue and light blue. And in conclusion, the twice-weekly antigen testing regimen was as effective as QRT-PCR at detecting infections in our in-person work environments. And this prevented many instances of community spread. The test had a relatively poor overall sensitivity at 79%, but that's over the course of an entire infection. But it had much higher sensitivity early in infection, 96% for days 0 to 3 of symptoms, which likely corresponds to the time in which these individuals are the most contagious. The specificity of this antigen test was 97%, with a fairly low incidence of false positives, which was important in the setting since positive or negative results determined whether or not individuals were allowed to report to in-person co-working laboratory work environments. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Laura, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? No questions from anyone. Thank you once again. Okay, so moving on to our next presenter is from Dr. Almudena Chavas Guerra from Universidad Anahuac from Mexico. Hello, Dr. Almudena. Yes. Can you please unmute yourself? We cannot able to hear you.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm gonna
Yes.
present my poster.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Almudena.
Hello, I don't know if you can see my screen.
No, it's not visible.
now?
No. Yes. Now it is visible. You can make it somewhat zoom in so that we can able to see the content.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much to the organizers for this invitation. My name is Almudena Chavez Guerra, and I have the honor to introduce you along with my colleague Denise Neri and the great support of Dr. Rosalina Vasquez Lopez, COVID-19, a hyperinflammatory disease, on the way to understanding this pathophysiology of this disease. As we all know, in December 2019, a series of cases of acute atypical respiratory disease occurred in Wuhan, China. It spread rapidly in that country and other continents until it was named by the World Health Organization on March 11, 2020 as a pandemic. At the beginning of the pandemic, this disease was considered a respiratory infection. As the research on the virus progressed, we have learned that the nature of this disease is more a multisystemic condition more than a respiratory infection. The principal hallmark on this pathology is the pro-inflammatory events that occur, such as the multi-organic, such as the cytokine storm, the disseminated intravascular coagulation, and the involvement of the renin-angiotensin system that cause these multi-organic dysfunctions. As we know, the replication of this virus begins with the binding of protein S with AC2. The second step is penetration of the protein S with the membrane fusion, and the viral genome is transcribed into an RNA template. Subsequently, the assembly of viral proteins takes place together with the viral genome, and finally, the release of the virus with the capacity to interact and infect with new cells. This documentary research was conducted via online databases such as PubMed during the period 2019-2021, and the following keywords were used to generate the search, such as COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, AC2, secondary hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis, ARDS, cytokine storm, pathophysiology, hyperinflammation, and multi-organ dysfunction. Starting with the pathophysiology of the renin-angiotensin system, we can understand the cardiopulmonary disease caused by COVID-19 infection. The renin is secreted by kidney. Then it cleaves angiotensinogen to produce angiotensin 1. This peptide is hydrolyzed by AC, producing angiotensin 2, and it acts on two receptors, AT1 and AT2. Angiotensin 2 binds AT1 receptor, promoting vasoconstriction and cardiac inflammation, reabsorption of salt and renal water, and stimulates pro-trophic and pro-fibrotic activity, as well as an increased tissue oxidative stress. Therefore, the effect of angiotensin 2 with AT1 receptor are detrimental. The AC2 enzyme works as a regulatory mechanism for this system, and because it can degrade angiotensin 1 into angiotensin 1,9 and angiotensin 2 into angiotensin 1,7. The angiotensin 1,9 binds to angiotensin 2 receptor and angiotensin 1,7 to the mitochondrial assembly receptor. The enzymatic attack of AC2 on angiotensin 1 blocks the production of angiotensin 2 and its undesirable effects, promoting a cardioprotective, antiatrophic, antifibrotic, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, vasodilation, and hypertensive effects. As we know, AC2 is highly expressed in heart cells and in lungs, and it's correlated with cardiopulmonary damage. The proposed hypothesis indicates that after attachment of the virus, it internalizes with everything and its receptor, the AC2. This phenomenon would propitiate downregulated AC2 and a subsequent increase in angiotensin 2 with AT1 receptor effects. Therefore, we observe an inhibition of AC2 participation in the renin-angiotensin system and its protective effects, leading to acute lung injury and adverse myocardial remodeling. One of the effects of COVID-19 infection is the endothelitis and an immune thrombotic response associated with acute respiratory distress syndrome. The ACE2 receptor is widely expressed in endothelial cells, and recent reports show evidence that SARS-CoV-2 can infect lung endothelial cells, causing endothelial damage manifested as endothelitis. This damage is due to the viral infection and the endothelial response itself, both leading to severe endothelial dysfunction associated with apoptosis. Endothelial lung damage contributes to further exacerbation or amplifying tissue damage associated with ARDS. The possibility that COVID-19 can infect the endothelium that irrigates any organ and tissue opens the possibility for multi-organ damage, and is most likely another mechanism that explains the complex pathophysiology of this disease. The systemic inflammation caused by the damage at the microvascular level and the abnormal activation of the coagulation system manifests itself pathologically as generalized small vessel vasculitis and extensive microthrombosis. There is evidence of a persistent inflammatory state in severe COVID-19 patients. Cytokine storm, mainly interleukin-6, could be associated with significant activation of the coagulation system, and at the same time, inhibition of the fibrinolytic system. This provokes endothelial damage to the lung and probably to the surrounding tissue. The exposure of the tissue factor and other pathways of the coagulation cascade may also contribute to hypercoagulation. There is a proposal that interleukin-6 plays an important role in the generation of hypercoagulation status and with disseminated intravascular coagulation. For this part, thrombin response induces the synthesis of interleukin-6 and other pro-inflammatory cytokines. There's also an association between COVID-19 cytokine storm, acute respiratory distress syndrome, and the secondary hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis. The SARS-CoV-2 infection exhibits features of systemic hyperinflammation. This event is part of the cytokine storm. The hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis is a hyperinflammation state modulated by T lymphocytes. The uncontrolled activation leads to this cytokine storm. The histopathological changes observed in the lungs of COVID-19 patients can be explained by the effects of the cytokine storm, which induces an increase in the synthesis of collagen and fibrin deposition, which will lead to an increase in alveolar membrane thickness. And also the macrophage activation syndrome generates the presence of inflammatory exudate in the alveolar space and the formation of yellow membrane. All these changes lead to the state of ARDS, characterized by alveolar collapse and areas of pulmonary atelectasis and hypoxemic respiratory failure, simultaneously with the ARDS picture associated with COVID-19 due to the infection and damage of lower airways, the terminal bronchi and alveoli. So ARDS causes severe impairment of gas exchange that will lead to severe dyspnea, hypoxemia, and impaired carbon dioxide secretion. Another important complication of COVID-19 is sepsis, that is defined as a life-threatening organ dysfunction caused by a dysregulated host response to infection. Although the infection associated with sepsis is mainly bacterial, there are also been cases of sepsis of viral origin. COVID-19 related deaths occur due to disseminated intravascular coagulation associated with the sepsis and organic dysfunction. And this virus has an extensive tissue distribution, causing a large number of pro-inflammatory cytokines to be released, promoting a systemic inflammatory response syndrome called SIRS, which accelerates the cell damage and death in the lungs, also in the liver, in the heart, kidneys, and glands, adrenals, which can ultimately lead to multiple organ failure.
The clinical manifestations of organ complications caused by the virus, as well as postmortem findings. On the right side of your screen, you can see two of the main consequences in the lungs: the pneumonia and pneumocyte damage, and the ARDS related to thrombosis. The postmortem findings in upper airways showed severe tracheal bronchitis, and in lungs there was observed diffuse alveolar edema, also alveolar hemorrhage and pulmonary embolism. On the bottom right, it was observed a distribution of disruption of intestinal permeability that led to enterocyte dysfunction. Also, the systemic inflammation generated by the gut microbes can activate innate and adaptive cytokines into the circulatory system, resulting in the loss of intestinal barrier integrity. The renal manifestations were related to tubular damage because of the identifications of viral-like particles within podocytes, as well as glomerular lesion showing focal and segmental glomerulosclerosis in some cases. The postmortem analysis revealed diffuse acute tubular lesion and enlarged tubular lumen, flattened tubular epithelium, and interstitial edema. There are many neurological complications, but they can be classified in encephalitis and encephalopathies caused by hypoxia and inflammation, peripheral nervous system dysfunctions derived by neurosensorial perception disorders such as anosmia and ageusia, also including the Guillain-Barré syndrome, a post-infectious autoimmune disorder, and cerebrovascular complications associated with hypercoagulability, like ischemic strokes, cerebral venous sinus thrombosis, and intracerebral hemorrhage. As the postmortem findings, there were observed microthrombi, microinfarcts, and generalized microhemorrhages. And the heart also showed important manifestations, such as myocardial damage caused by the hypoxia and hyperinflammation, with identification of myocardial hypertrophy, acute myocardial infarction, hyperacute focal necrosis, or of cardiomyocytes in postmortem analysis. Chen 2020 stipulated the main clinical characteristics of 113 deceased patients with COVID-19. In this graph, we represent these findings, showing that 100% of the patients' deaths were caused by ARDS and sepsis. 77 were related to acute cardiac injury, 49% had heart failure, 51% had type 1 respiratory failure, 41% died due to shock, 40% had alkalosis, and 37% had hyperkalemia. It is reported that the appearance of cases of multisystemic inflammation state in patients with PCR positive and negative, especially in patients, pediatric patients, described as an overlap of toxic shock syndrome and the typical Kawasaki disease. The pediatric inflammatory multisystem syndrome, temporarily caused by SARS-CoV-2, is not like Kawasaki-like condition, but the hypercoagulation picture could be in the pediatric patient, the most severe form of COVID-19 at that age. It is very important to dissociate COVID-19 presentation on pediatric patients to Kawasaki syndrome, because the misdiagnosis of Kawasaki disease could lead to over-treatment by health professionals. Our discussion is focused in further and future research to understand more detailed mechanisms behind the pathophysiology of COVID-19 in order to develop novel therapeutics and diagnostics tools and vaccines proving to be the solution to the COVID-19 problem. Our conclusions are based on all this evidence, so we can affirm that SARS-CoV-2 infection produces a hyperinflammatory state more than a respiratory problem caused by the disruption of endothelial cells associated with ARDS and the renin-angiotensin system detrimental effect that lead to organ dysfunction. Here's our literature section, cited section, and thank you very much for your time and for this extraordinary invitation.
Thank you, Dr. Almudena, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no question from anyone. Thank you once again. So our next presenter is Dr. Esteban Espindola from Universidad Anahuac from Mexico. Hello, Dr. Esteban. Are you ready with your presentation?
I don't think I'm able to share my screen.
Yes, now you can able to share. Yeah, hello, Dr. Esteban. Yes, you can try with sharing. Hello.
Screen?
Yeah, we can able to see your screen. Please continue with your presentation.
Well, thank you to the organizers of this event. I'm Dr. Esteban Espindola. Thank you for the invitation. I'm here representing our microbiology lab at Mexico, led by Dr. Vasquez Lopez. And I'm here to talk about an update on public health problem that's multi-drug resistance. Resistance is not new. The discovery of antibiotics more than 80 years ago initiated a period of drug innovation and implementation in human and animal health and agriculture. However, antimicrobial resistance genes have been found in paleontological samples. Resistance is a defense mechanism that bacteria use in an adverse environment. Hampered in all cases by the emergence of resistance microbes. Antibiotic resistance poses one of the most important health challenges of the 21st century, and time has already run out to stop its most urgent consequences, as it is expected that the failure to address the problem of antibiotic resistance could result in up to $100 trillion in economic output. That our team has conducted, we have identified different sources of multi-drug resistant bacteria. And now I'm going to present some of the findings our team has few studies we have published. The first in farming industry through the use of antibiotics on livestock as growth promoters and contaminated food with poly-resistant bacteria, particularly in milk, egg, and meat. Conducted in resistant Enterobaceae found in ready-to-eat vegetables, mostly in 92% of them carried at least one of the beta-lactamase gene families associated with cephalosporin resistance, positive for blood. There's also the inappropriate antibiotic prescription. Since last year, when the pandemic started, there has been evidence of significant misuse of antibiotics in patients who have been diagnosed with COVID-19. Associated to misuse is the automedication problem, particularly in countries where there is easy access to prescription medication. Approaches have been theorized by our team. This bacterium of healthy donors in Mexico City, presence of blood gene families consisting of beta-lactamase confirm resistance to beta-lactams. Another mechanism that we have found is the antibiotic prescription in immunosuppressed patients. We have identified the indiscriminate use of mostly amikacin or selection pressure and microorganisms, particularly in gram-negative organisms such as Klebsiella and E. coli. Similarly, different gene families coding for antibiotic target sites confer Acinetobacter baumannii resistance to multiple antibiotics. The most effective treatment against Acinetobacter baumannii, that's more poly. The antimicrobial combination with the most potential against multi-drug resistance. Is animals should be examined as an additional source of multi-drug resistance, which animals live in close proximity. Our team has found similar oral microbiota in dogs and owners, both containing the same multi-drug resistant bacteria. Resistance against beta-lactams, mostly vancomycin, cephalotin, cefixime, cetistoxin, and cefazolin have been found in house fed by recent studies by our team. Chemically induced is been describing. It has been proven that cigarette smoke tends to induce changes in the native microbiota of the mouth. Findings have been described with the increasing popularity of electronic cigarettes or vapors. It's the normal microbiota, and we have described that the use of electronic vapors increases in similar ways that penicillin-resistant organisms. We have presented one of the papers about the blood family genes that we have, the control we use for this. We propose these mechanisms as an alternative routes that have sometimes been underexplored. Sources that contribute to the increased presence of strategies to confront and alleviate these public health
Hello, Dr. Esteban. Yes. Is it completed? We cannot able to hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Esteban, for your presentation. Is anyone having any questions? Okay, no questions from anyone. Thank you. Thank you once again for your presence and presentation. Yes. So by this, we came to end of day 1 webinar, and thank you for joining, and we will be joining tomorrow in day 2. Thank you and have a nice day.